Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, December the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. Yes and yes, you can hear me and see my screen. Okay. Well, a little ticked off. I actually I got a little position in a BYSI short early, and it started to work. Came all the way back down here, got it underneath 6, and then it popped up. So I covered. I was trying to get another short position. That might not have been the best thing anyway. However, there are no shorts available now at IB, so maybe that's going to rescue me. I don't know. I was really looking to short this one again underneath 6 BYSI. Had horrible news, FDA rejection, all-time low, etc., etc. But as we speak, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So again, that might have helped me. All right, what else is happening? OP. All right, guys, let me see. ABUS. ABUS is just starting to show up here. ABUS. And why? Let's see. Wow, 41% gap now for, well, it was at this point up to 476. Now it is. See, I'm just looking at here, just trying to see if there's any news. Exhibits negative seasonality over the next 1 million in the past led to a decrease. Oh, I don't know. I can't tell what that headline means at all. ABUS though. I keep looking at this BYSI. I'm just checking to see whether or not I can get some shorts for this. Yeah, I can't get any shorts for the ABOS either. Actually, now there are 3.5 million shares, but it's too late. Way, way, way too late now. Yeah, this Windows 11 now is starting to, just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I'm sorry. somehow I've lost my all my little icons on my other monitor, and this is kind of, I don't know why, but I'll figure that out once this market's closed. I don't want to mess around with it right now. I'm looking at the ADGI also, guys. ADGI is popping up now. Tried another starter short on that one, and that didn't quite work. The spread was terrible. Yeah, the NVTC, guys, really, the NVCT, this could be the really interesting one today. NVCT, it doesn't open, hasn't opened yet, of course. It should open sometime, obviously sometime today. And I've got my price alerts set, only 2.5 million shares. The potential, the IPO is priced between 12 and 14. I'm sure it'll probably open higher than that. We really have to keep an eye on that one in case it does something really crazy like the AERC and the SOPA. Okay, what else? This OP from yesterday is still alive here. This was a spin-off from Diana DSX. And it had a crazy day, a really crazy day. It looked like it was an IPO, but it started trading as OP right around here, around $4, $5, and it popped all the way up to 9. This morning it's got up to 12. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, it's not open yet, Chris. So it's not open yet. So AUVI is what it was doing. Yeah, another one that gapped up. Shoot, this was an awesome short. I missed this one. I was concentrating on that BYSI. That was an awesome short. AUVI had some news, I think. Continues global expansion with Aeroside. SLHG, another one that gapped up. SLHG. It's holding. Canadian stock. Don't see any specific reason. Company to present on Thursday at Benchmarks. Okay, so they're doing a presentation on Thursday. I guess investors are thinking it could be good. BTAI, I think that had a big gap down also. BTAI. Yeah, BTAI, big gap down. After the company announced FDA extended the date for its review, so never a good sign. And the aforementioned BYSI, really wondering if I'm going to get some shorts available. BYSI, basically a complete rejection. Plunges after FDA says NDA for CIN treatment cannot be approved in the current form. So obviously they're going to have to go back and try to change however they presented it. So, but look at this. I mean, down 52%. ICCM is Israeli stock. It gapped up. I'm trying to see if there's any news. I don't see any specific news for it. ICCM. Don't see any specific news. Well, I can tell you, all I can tell you, again, just to put on the NVCT, I'm sorry, it's NVCT, yes. So if I do a price alert, or go to my price alerts, something is, Just give me a moment here. So this is what I've got, guys. I've got here, it'll be 2.3 million at 12, between 12 to 14. That's what I found for the NVCT when it opens today at some point. Okay, well, I had Wednesday. Oh my goodness, guys. I actually have a short of BYSI. How interesting. Even though they say, you know, I remember Real saying this the other day, maybe a couple of weeks ago. I put in an order to short and, you know, there were no shorts available. Even though they still say there are no shorts available, maybe they became available briefly and I didn't get a big position. And I got it at 616. 616. I'm just looking here. I'm so surprised. I mean, it's not a big position at all. But at least it's something. Interesting. That's a BYSI. BYSI. I put a short in. I was trying to short it around 620. And that's when I checked and there were no shorts available. And so I guess I must have obviously I left it in. And then they filled me. Not much though. Unfortunately, not much. Not what I wanted. All right, KRYS, guys. KRYS from yesterday or 2 days ago. KRYS. 2 days ago, I had the big pop up to $100, a little over $100. So they've done a financing today, $75. So it's holding the financing price. Let's see if this rips off the financing price. You know, we've seen a couple this week. ISPC was one of them that ripped off the financing price of 12, got up to 30. I'm not saying that's going to happen here. BBW is an earnings play. BBW is an earnings play. Build-A-Bear. So it's above. So the next resistance area is right around that 19. I'm hearing something. Box is BOX is ringing in my ear. Text to voice. BOX. Earnings play, guys. BOX is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays this month, but BOX is an earnings play. Yeah, that's a nice break right now. Almost an all-time high, only 17% below. So that must be the all-time high right up here, around 27 for box. And what else? LMDX. This is another one I was looking at shorting, but I could not get it. LMDX, could not get it. No, there were no shorts available. Big, look at this, 15 down to 10, nonsense. FDA reissued companies emergency an EUA for them. Okay. And what else? I think I have, that is it on my list this morning. So let me just do a check on that NVCT, okay? I know I found it somewhere. Excuse me. Okay, so here's where I see it. I do see it here. Ah, now it's postponed. Okay, it is postponed, guys. All right. It wasn't yesterday. It was not postponed, but now it is postponed. Okay, that's too bad. Could have been exciting. Excuse me. Well, I'm sure hoping for a big collapse for this BYSI, continuing down. Did get down to 470 in the pre-market. Could not see any ABUS news. I don't see any. I don't see any ABUS news today. I see some from the 29th. I see some from the 30th. Buy rating from Chardon. That was on the 29th. But other than that, I do not see anything on ABUS. See if we have anything. Nope, I don't see any recent news. Well, recent. I mean, again, on the 29th, they had an upgrade. It's a patent case. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so Rob, are you using our dock channel bar? It's going to be hard for me to answer you right now, but are you using our docked version? Because you can't actually save the channel. Okay, I mean you can have your layout. I mean the whole idea of the dock channel bar is you can have your layout up and running. Okay, and then you can go to the different channels and your layout will not disappear. If you want to save this channel though, like a channel, literally, you're going to have to. There is no way to save the entire channel. You're going to have to. I don't think there is. There's no way to save the entire channel as is and give it another name. You're going to have to take the individual scans out and then save it, which I don't think is what you really want to do. But why do you want to do that? I mean, to me, the way I use Trade Ideas, I'm not saying it's the best way, but I mean, it's the way I've been using it forever, is I have a layout that I want all the time, that I always use, and then now with the dock channel bar, I can go into the different channels and start to take a look at them during the day if I want to. I typically don't. I know I demonstrate that you can do it, but I don't. Once I'm on my channel, I'm on my channel. Oh, okay. Well, then just save it. You have to. Okay. Now, excuse me. Got this catch on my throat. Just a minute, guys. So when you go to the dock channel bar and Say I go to momentum channel. So if you're using the dock, so you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window, okay? You duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, here is now your free floating window. Now you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. Now it's in your cloud. So it's just sort of an extra step from before. You have to duplicate it into a free floating window and then save it to the cloud. Once you've done that, then you can start bringing, and you can do that with, all the different scans that you want. And then you just file load from cloud. And if you saved it to the cloud, you'll see it right at the top. You just load it, do another one, load, etc. So in that fashion, you can have your own layout up and running. Once you can have your own layout up and running, extract those windows from the channel bar that you want, and then just load them. So when you look at the A-bus, the A-bus has got room, maybe. It's got to take out 5 again, ABUS. Twitter, let's take a look at Twitter. And guys, unfortunately, I couldn't go to my upgrades, downgrades. Let's take a quick look at the sectors to see what's happening. We're in for a big open. Probably virtually every sector must be up. Yeah, look at this. What a difference from a day makes. Now, what if it's going to last? So we've had a very, Friday was way down. Monday was up a lot. Yesterday was down a lot. Today, as we speak, we were up a lot. Okay, so lots of action. Everything is up. There's not really one weak sector. And just again, what this means is these are the major sectors. And so when I look at energy as an example, XLE, the stocks that make up XLE, every one of them is above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. Okay? And on and on. Technology, 87% are up. Financials, 89%, etc. Now this of course can change once the market opens. Thank you, William. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Yesterday was kind of exciting. No, it's not. Well, we will, but it's been postponed. It's been postponed today, so it's not going to open today. We just checked the calendar and it is, it's postponed. Too bad. All right, guys, we are almost open. Another 5 seconds or so for the open. Okay, we are now open. Let's see what's going to happen now. Something with our flyers. VIR did not do it yesterday. There's the A-bus, guys. ABUS, ABUS. All right, BYSI. Again, I didn't get all the shares I wanted, but hey, I'm pretty happy now. BYSI, guys. And there's the ADGI. Starting to move down here. Also, big flyer from 2 days, 2 days ago up to $80. Almost cut in half now. Just one moment, please. This was really spready in the pre-market. The spread is not terrible now. ADGI, it's not terrible now. It's almost down 10%. Okay, I've covered some of my well, I've covered most of it. I didn't have very much, guys. It might, so I was trying to hold on a little bit longer. If I'd had what I wanted, I would have definitely been covering. Grits, GRTS. Yeah, had a big day yesterday. I saw it, but I really didn't, I saw this late, I guess. Yeah, this started moving just in the afternoon, and then it had a big after hours pop up to 1557. Not quite sure why, I don't see any specific news on it. You guys can hear me on YouTube, right? Want to make sure. I know yesterday I had an issue with the audio at the beginning. Well, the bottom, I mean, there's no, it's an all-time low. So, I mean, there's no chart support. Hood, oh man, look at Hood, guys. Hood just getting creamed, all-time low. All-time low for Hood. And ISPC just got halted because of volatility on the way up. So there are still people interested in this one. Now look at Hood going, guys, right from that 10-day daily breakdown. See if I can take out 25. Big psychological number to try to hold. Okay, Matt, that just means there's not as much action. In the YouTube room, there's just not as much action. If you want to come into I will call it the more robust trading room, I'll give you a link for that. YouTube is fine if you just kind of want to hear me and see my screen, but if you want a lot more action among traders, you should go to the main trading room. Whoa, well, I'm glad I didn't try to dabble in that short. Look at ADGI just popped up in a big way, and it's halted now. Wow. Look at that move in ADGI. I think, well, it was a good thing you were waiting. You were waiting for what, 42, William? You want it below. Well, it just got below. Hopefully you didn't get it. OP just got halted on the way down. Yeah, okay. VTNR. Did I have that on my list? I think I did. I think it's in my VTNR on the move here. Look at the room it's got on the monthly chart. Look left, 643. And our favorite, one of our favorite ones from yesterday. Those of you who are participated in a short of this near the top made out in a huge way. But we're also able to take part in a bit of a bounce of the AERC. If you didn't see this yesterday, look what happened. It was up to $100, got down to about 14, 13, and it did have a move to 29. Unbelievable. Lots of action already, of course, in the first 15 minutes. Grits, mentioned this one, GRTS is on the move. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, unless I'm in something in the pre-market, of course, but all right, now BTAI is having a nice bounce, guys. BTAI, how do I know? It's thumbnailed, so I do see it. BTAI, look at the volume it's coming in. Olma from yesterday, well, the last few days. Whoa, this is shortable. Look at Hood, guys. Man, if it takes out 25, look out below. It's an all-time low, I believe, right now. Look at Olma. Man, this is another all-time low. OLMA. Wow, okay, it just opened, guys. ISPC just opened. That's why I was really watching this one yesterday. That's why I have a price alert on it. I guess I must have kept it in. See if it could take out 20 yesterday. And it's trying. Again, you got to be careful with that one, though. Again, it's such a low float. ISPC, it is such a low float. You've got to be awfully careful if you're going to, get into this one. 3.2 million in the float. Okay, ADGI. Wow, so glad I didn't get that one again. ADGI, guys, just opened. All right, OP resumed. OP resumed, holding 9. Got up to 1080. Actually, got up to 1210 in the pre-market. Whoa, we're seeing a lot of activity with the AI already. I completely missed all that. 935. Boy, I hope a bunch of them right at 935. Well, look, how whippy is this one? ADGI. I'm going to stay away from it. ADGI. Look how whippy this is. I mean, it got all the way up to 49, drops $5 just like that. Well, this is, oh boy, it's a tough one, guys. I mean, I'm looking at the spread even. ISPC has just got so much promise. Look what it got up to yesterday, 25, and of course 29 the day before that. It's definitely a stock that people are following, but you've got to be very careful. Look at that float, 3.2 million in the float, $20 stock. That's what makes it extremely dangerous. Oh, the MCRB from yesterday, yeah. All right, BIOC, and I know some of you were talking about this one. Look at this, though. I mean, look at this huge topping tail way up here. 463 comes all the way back down here. Was that in the pre-market? Yeah, that was the pre-market. So these are market highs that we're looking at right now, but ugh. MCRB. So let's take a look at MCRB. I don't know where real is. MCRB. Yeah, over 11. Oh boy, that is so interesting, guys. I mean, yesterday got up to 1102 pre-market or after hours. Sorry. This gave us a nice trade. I mean, went from about 10 to 11, 10:20 to about 11. And I mean, the attraction of this one, of course, is the void. You look left, look at all the room it's got. Look left on that weekly chart. The next high is way up here at $20. I'm not saying it's going to get there, and that'll be the same. Actually, it's even higher in the monthly. Yeah, things are definitely kind of whippy here. LITM, what are you doing? Okay, so I had an alert at 874 from my watch list. Okay, so this is, of course, this was the one that IPO'd a few days ago, last month, last month. Hey, December 1st. Can you believe it? We're December 1st. So it IPO'd a few days ago. Okay, KRYS is starting to sink here, guys, off that financing news. $75 financing, not holding that financing price. Not yet anyway. KRYS moving down lower off that financing. That's right. You're right, Matt. LITM are the Think Equity guys. Yeah, unfortunately, that NVCT is not going to open today. I don't know when it's going to open now. Ooh, look at this one. Cannot. Not. What are you? I can't find your cool bar on the left with scanners. Are you talking about the channel bar? Heat wave? You click on new and then docked channel, or I don't know. It depends on the version you're using of Trade Ideas. Do you have your toolbar? It says file, new, tools, etc. Okay, so if you have your toolbar and you click on new, and what happens when you click on dock channel bar? And here it is. I mean, here are the channels you're talking about. So new, and then just find it. Okay, good. Okay, guys, I don't have very much of that BYSI left, but it's still looking weak. I suppose at some point we can look for a bounce on it, but boy, the market is definitely schizo. Look at the SPY and just see what I'm talking about here on a daily chart. Friday's action, Monday's action, yesterday, today. So yeah, I mean, I don't believe in these bottoming tails, but we'll see. Look at all these bottoming tails on the SPY. I don't think they really happened. I think these are outliers, but the market is starting to drift down a little bit. All right, IMGN, big one from yesterday is above yesterday's high, but remember it got up to 691 and it closed down here. It's at well, I guess it's not horrible. It's down at 619, and now it's through the 200-day moving average again. And but yesterday the high is 705. So I mean, there is your stalling point: 684, 705 on the daily chart. Those are your two stalling points. And that's kind of what happened yesterday. It got up to 691. But it is starting to move. It is starting to move. It has just took out yesterday's high. That's why it's showing up here, my watch list. All right, guys, I'm totally out of the BYSI. I'm actually now maybe looking for a bounce in it. Totally out of it, totally covered. Ah, your new password. Okay, I got it. I see. All right, CNTX. Okay, got up to 964 in the pre-market before it pulled back all the way down to 758. Starting to move again. It's a low float, 8.8 million in the float. Do not see any specific news for it. Wow, look at AERC. It's a $5 move off the lows. Another I don't even know what the float is on this one, but give me a moment here, guys. Don't want to lose sight of this MCRB. Is it still above 11? No. Man, look at that. Wow. Yeah, I mean, talk about whippy. I mean, you know, look really good. I remember, yeah, somebody mentioned just over 11. Looked pretty good up to 11:31, and then kersplat. Whew. These are, yeah, definitely a choppy day. What we're looking for is something that can kind of sustain a move. It doesn't have to be racing higher candle after candle, but this is what knocks you out of trades. Yeah, all pops are getting sold. BTAI, okay, BTAI. Remember what news? Okay, yeah, so the FDA extended the date for a review. So it bounced a little bit. I mean, I keep following Hood, guys. I really want to see if it takes out 25. Have an alert sit down here around 25. That's be an all-time low, of course. All right, okay, let's see. Hood, again, Hood has been choppy also. TGTX, that is another one that got beaten up yesterday, but trying to look at this, guys. It's above yesterday's high now. TGTX got really beaten up yesterday, though it rallied. It rallied into the end of the day. You can see exactly what happened. So the high yesterday was 1528. So of course it's above that high. That's one of the triggers from my watch list. That's where stock has to be above yesterday's high. Okay, sorry guys, my wife's radio is a little loud in the background. Keep an eye on this BYSI, guys. I mean, you know, if it takes out 6 and you get some, you know, a little bit of momentum here, because it did pop up to 689 pre-market, okay, after it got down to, what would it down to 490, and then it popped up to 689. So there's a bit of history here. So I'm just going to stick an alert. Let's see, right around, say around 610 or so. See if it takes out. Meanwhile, CNTX is chasing that pre-market high, CNTX. You're a brave man there, William. ADGI, what's the spread like? The spread was always a little bit tough. It's not terrible right now. I mean, it's 20 cents, $42 stock. That's not terrible. Guys, the BYSI getting closer to 6. I can talk about this one right now. The GT from the AI isn't bad. 21.25, 21.62 right now. When you look left, the next high is a good year. Next high is 22.32. So it does have, it still has some room. Keyzar, let's take a look at KeyZR. Wow, I mean, it's, you know, it's a lot like the MCRB. I mean, look at the room it's got. And it's a relatively low float, 38 million in the float, certainly not a lot. All right, well, things have really slowed down actually now for me. I'm not getting too many new alerts. I bet you this one is, yeah, I mean, look at this one again. So we had an alert on the 10-day daily breakdown, 857. It got down, I mean, it wasn't bad. I didn't take this one. Got down to 825, but it is popping, OLMA. What I'm looking for, I'm just trying to find something that is, you know, steadily either up or down. And they don't have to be rocket ships in either direction. Just not, you know, big candles like going against the direction that you're in. They could kind of wipe you out of the trade. Yeah, look at the ISP. I mean, that's why I said you really had to be careful. Look at the ISPC. I mean, big pop up, $21, and then right back down now to 1750 or so, 1780 or so. Well, again, I might be wrong about the IMGN. I mean, the IMGN 691, the alert. And when I say wrong, it's got to take out that 705, I really believe. Take out 7 and then 705. Even 711 right here. You can see that monthly high is right here. So now if it can do that, then the next high is 822. Yeah, so I think, I mean, if it can take out 711, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to stick an alert right around there, 712, and see if IMGN can take that out. Then it's got a shot to that 8 level. Well, you did okay, William. I'm sure, I don't know if you're out of the ADGI. I just found that way too whippy. All right, what's the market doing? So Dow's up 355, Tech NASA's up, and SPY is up, and we've got a nice green candle here, guys. So bounce plays. Anything that was kind of beaten up a little bit might have a chance, with the market doing what it's doing. Keep an eye on the KRYS, okay? I mean, I know it didn't hold 75. That's the financing price. Didn't hold it. But you know what? I mean, if this gets up to, say, 75, 80 or so, you can just kind of see where some resistance is pre-market. I mean, it could have a run. If sort of the shock of the $75 pricing, financing, kind of wears off, and investors say, okay, you know what? We're raising money for all the right reasons. Remember, I mean, this was a $39 stock 3 days ago. And it got up to 100, 103 yesterday, 104 yesterday. Yeah, I just don't trust these ones. I mean, 28 million. Okay, 20 ICCM, 28 million in the float. Did get as high as 540 in the pre-market, but then got all the way down to, so it dropped $1 all the way down here. He's trying to come back. I think there's probably just a lot of resistance around that 50. Well, there is the Imagine over. Trying to get through 7. I know it's not Imagine, but I'm afraid to look at Matter Sport. Is that what it's called? Matterport. Wow. Yeah. So above yesterday's high, but on a run, of course. A meta stock. I think this is probably the most successful one. I know Vuzi was touted as a meta stock also. Nowhere near as prominent though as the MTTR. Now there's the ARDX. The next high looking left is 176 on that monthly. Obviously, I mean, this looks like the MCRB and a couple others that had massive gap downs and trying to recover somewhat. It's on a low float, 83 million in the float. Well, yeah, CNTX now is in sort of rip mode now. So there's the high, 966. You see where the first alert was from from this daily breakout, 10-day daily breakout. That's what this DR means. Don't repeat. So there was the first alert at 952. The price was 844. And you can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from there? This is what this is all about. The don't repeat. So again, hood, don't repeat. 2575 was the first alert at 933. And I see ARDX is actually, okay, coming from my option scanner. I mean, look, it's got some room to that 176. I mean, if you took it at 150 and it got it anywhere close to 176, I mean, that would be a nice percentage move. I'm not telling anybody to take that. Yeah, I see some shares. I'm not going to do it again, but BYSI, I see some shares have freed up at Interactive Brokers. Not many, 5,000. Now that the uptick rule is in effect, of course. It's down way more than 10%. That's why I do some of these in the pre-market because the uptick rule is not in effect. So if you have shorts available, you can get them without having to worry about that stupid uptick rule. But once the market opens, the so-called market opens, whatever that means now. By the way, guys, I actually opened the room at I think 8 o'clock today. I'm not moderate. Well, I'm keeping an eye on it, so I'll try to do that going forward. So an hour earlier, that'll open the room. You can chat amongst yourselves. You know, I'll be doing my pre-market scanning and all that. Okay, so yeah, it's 5 a.m. Well, I'm up at 4, so it's it's just that I just can't. I can moderate only to the extent that I just want to make sure there's no ignorant posts. But as far as answering questions and all that goes, not really, because I'm trying to do all my pre-market work. Okay, guys, things have really slowed down a bit here for me. Yeah, well, there's one pretty good. Actually, it's pretty good. GT or MP. GT and MP are pretty good. 2125. Actually, they're very good. 2125, 2180 now. There are only five of them. This one isn't bad either. The MP, 4668, 4797 now. Actually, there are four of them. They're all up. One of them is down. GT, I think one of them is no, it's not. I thought maybe one of them was a. They're all longs. Yep, all longs. I mean, this has the possibilities of just continuing. I look left over here, and the next high is 2232. So I mean, my guess is that it could stall at 22. Number one, the whole number, and if it got through that, then you're looking at this area. Yeah, well, wow, that's a nice short. Ooh, nice short if you took it. Yeah, guys, I mean, this KRYS, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, but the longer it holds 75, that's the financing price. It shakes it off. Remember, it did get up to 100 and something yesterday, 103 yesterday. So, again, I'm not saying it's going to do that, but the longer it holds this financing of 75, I mean, it had great news, obviously, 2 days ago. Right here, you can see the big pop. I'm sorry, yesterday. The news was yesterday. All right, so on the KRYS, this is what I would do. Just take a look at the 15-minute chart. You can see we've got right there is 75.96. So if it can get over 76, that high right there, I mean, this may have a shot at a bit of a run here. I mean, the financing was announced. I don't know exactly when it was announced, but certainly in the pre-market. Actually, I'm wrong. This was announced last evening, but but it was very late, so the market wasn't open, so you couldn't trade it. So the effect was in the pre-market. But Goldman Sachs, the Bank of America, Cowen, and William Blair acting as managers for the offering. So you've got some big guys behind it. All right, 76.11. I'm sticking an alert for KRYS at 76.11. See if it takes that out at some point. Yeah, that I don't know, Rubber. All right, IMGN guys, getting interesting. It's the problem is it's extended. You know, you look at this 15-minute chart; it's straight up. What I'd love to see, I mean, it did break a little bit here on the 5-minute chart, a little bit of a base here, rather than just purely chasing it. Hey, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. So mute there. Sorry, guys. Okay, guys, IMGN. See if it's got the any legs now. It's over that 711. The next high is up here at all right. I know they had. I think they had some news yesterday. I can't really remember what it was, but top line results. Actually, they have news today. I didn't realize that they actually have news today. Didn't realize that. Gotta hold this that 711 at least for the IMGN. BYSI guys, I know somebody was trying to maybe short this at 470, but shoot, is it got away from me already? Okay, the BYSI, okay, it's at 6. See, we get some volume to come in and just keep moving it. The only reason I'm really interested is because it did get up to almost 7 in the pre-market after it got thumped down to 4. So there's a little bit of a history of a rally for BYSI. Well, guys, the ARDX really, I did not take it. The ARDX, now, again, there is a next high looking left, 176. I mean, man, if it takes that out today or tomorrow, I'm going to stick an alert, 179. Well, that's the only one that's from my option scanner, and it was at 141. So, I mean, if you took it around that area, that's a nice little percentage move so far. Look at the volume. Volume is maintaining. Boy, I should be putting that ISPC on my do not watch list right now. That's just a mess. Now, I'm going to be very brief on the spiel today, guys. It's just kind of going to just be a welcome. Welcome to the room. If you're not, if you first time here, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I will share my home page. Yes. Sorry, guys. No, look at the hood now, trying to get down to that 25 mark. Sorry guys, I'm obviously distracted here. All right, sorry, I'm just a little distracted right now. All right, my home page. Let me get that home page link in. Okay, if you click on my home page, this is what you're going to see. A way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first year or the first month. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You don't have to start off with a monthly, an annual plan. And the big difference, by the way, is the AI. AI's got one nice one right now, the GT. I'm going to go over that just in a little bit. You can always start off with a monthly plan. Here it is, $118, $228. Try us out. You'll get the 15% discount for the first month only. So try us out, and if you like it, you can always upgrade. You'll get the 15% discount upgrading to an annual. So there's no point in taking out an annual first. You can try us out for a month. Again, if you don't like it, just unsubscribe. More information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video, I do at noon Eastern. All of the education is here. Most of it is geared towards trade ideas specifically. We have a big user guide now, very comprehensive. If you're new to trade ideas, take the 20 introductory lessons. I talk about building top lists, alert windows, etc. Daily support sessions. Today is Wednesday, so Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room. I'll take a break at around noon. Steve Gomez will be there, taking over for me for between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. We're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. This is what I was talking about. Not all geared to trade ideas. If you're new to trading, what is a stock? That's literally how it starts, okay? So if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, a great little, I don't know if it's 36, but it might be 20. Somebody said it was only 24 now. Whatever it is, it's a great little series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, okay? And my scans. So I have a layout that I'm sharing, not exactly like this, but I'm sharing all sorts of individual scans, including my favorite one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. Okay, that's what I use in the pre-market. I have the 10-day daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown here. So a lot of information on my homepage. These 2 sections, a lot of information. Save my link, then you can look at these anytime you want. Okay, guys, so I've had to trade out of my IMG, and that's what was I was concentrating on. Okay, I'm going to wait again for maybe a 7:30 break up in this area. So got a little bit. So I don't understand what you mean, Pete. Are you talking about in the simulator? Give me an example, please. Yeah, okay, guys. So look at the KRYS. So I thought maybe it would start to really run off 75. Obviously, it did not. Didn't take it. Didn't hit my price alert. Okay, I see MEIP is also showed up in the option scanner. The next high looking left though is 330. Okay, it broke above that high. Sorry, the high is, I'm sorry, it's 355. So it's gonna have to take out that 355, number one. But even if it did, 365, etc. So it just doesn't look that interesting to me. To me, it looks like it has too much resistance. Give me a moment, please, guys. Oh, Pete, I can't help you on the E-Trade. Sorry. Yeah, the mechanics of that, I'm sorry, I really can't help you. I thought you were talking about something in Brokerage Plus. You might want to contact them, okay? Um, I hate to give advice on another platform. All right, guys, BYSI looks like it wants to try to pop a little bit off that 6. Very, very, you get that bid up to the ask. Sorry, guys, I'm just concentrating on the BYSI, okay? Okay, just one moment. Now, see how choppy, look at IMGN. That's why I was having to pause a lot here, guys. I mean, I did take this trade, just around that 718 mark. It looked great, It looked like it was just going to start to rip and it's come right back down. Well, you were hoping that you could do it in December, Zach, so congratulations. All right, guys, BYSI. Again, I cannot tell you to take the trade, but you heard me talking about holding that 6th level. I don't know where it's going. Boy, did anybody have shorts for this LMGN? Look at this. LMGN. I'm sorry, LMDX. LMDX. Anybody have shorts for this one? They didn't have shorts. At least they weren't available early at the Interactive Brokers. Okay, BBW. This has just made a new high, and this is actually an earnings play. Very, very few earnings plays. Almost an all-time high. I guess the all-time high must be up here. $21. Looks like that, or maybe over here. Just a minute. Yeah, $21. Looks like that's the all-time high, so it's close. Yesterday, last month's high was 2058. Now, I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. It is an earnings play. It's making a new high. That's about the extent of it. Yeah, what a great short that, I'm sure Zach, you must have taken this one. The CNTX, great short. I don't know where you would have got it, but that's a great move down. CNTX. Man, there's a lot of choppiness. Of the things I'm seeing anyway. And by choppy, I just mean, stock. Well, look at this. I mean, that very choppy, but just stocks that aren't just having that nice continuation in the same direction. Are you kidding me? See, look at this. I mean, that knocked me out of the trade. I mean, I'm not in this anymore. I had no idea where this was going, so I had a little profit in this one, but as it started to drift down, I said, you better. And then when I got back down to 7, I thought, okay, great exit. But I mean, look at this, volume coming in, pops right back up. So this is what I'm trying to say is that you get these moves here, that kind of can knock you out of a trade, and then it pops right back up on you. So the BYSI, I mean, it's the same thing. I'm not in this anymore. I mean, it's just very choppy, guys. I mean, it looked pretty good, 634, and then boom. Okay, for you tech geniuses, can anybody tell me why I've lost all my taskbar icons on one of my monitors? I've got it on this monitor and on my left monitor, but they disappeared on my right monitor. And this is my Windows 11. look at IMGN now, guys. I mean, this is really difficult. Really difficult. 741, right back down to 716. These are pretty big percentage moves. Now, if you're not taking very many shares, fine. But then if you're not taking very many shares, you have to have a big move, obviously. You don't take as many shares. You have a wider stop. You can stay in the trades longer. But I just don't see that this is going to keep ripping higher and higher. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, hood is toast. Well, I don't know if it's toast, but I mean, it's an all-time low. I waited on this one to take out 25. It's an all-time low now. Tea party. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Okay, what's Box doing? Box is actually an earnings play, I believe. Yes, it is. It's an earnings play. Release earnings after hours. Right there, there's that move area. That is the reaction. Held pre-market very well, actually. But again, how dynamic. Look left on that monthly. Lots of areas to get through. A nice $5 drop for AERC. All right, Olma, yeah, you're mentioning Olma on the way up, but again, you're chasing it on a 15-minute chart. It's got room. Obviously, it's got room. 1360 yesterday. I mean, so there's your next high. You don't have to worry about chart resistance like that. But, I mean, do we trust it? Remember, this is a one that I don't think the company did it, but there was a fraudulent report about their data that was circulated. That was 2 days ago. And then the company had to actually release the data, and that data was obviously not great. And so they got thumped yesterday. But the way the headline read, it almost looked like it was the company that released the fraudulent data. I don't think that's what it was, though. But I don't trust it. It's that simple. I just don't trust it. Yeah, market looked like it was going to maybe fade a bit, but nope. It's, as you say, pushed off that little call, that support, I suppose, on the 15-minute chart on the SPY. And looks like it's trying. Yeah, I mean, market's up 400. Let's take a look at the sectors. And I'm sure there's not going to be much of a change. I'm sure everything is still up like it was before when we looked pre-market. Yeah, nothing is, every sector is up. What you'd like to see is maybe a sector down so you can concentrate on that one, kind of go contrary, but everything is up. So again, guys, in case you missed it, I'm going to do my best to open the room at 8 o'clock, okay? I won't be moderating, but if you want to show up, when I say moderating, I will not be in the mic until 6 or 9, but I will open the room at 8 o'clock, so you guys can chat amongst yourselves. I probably won't be able to answer too many questions because, again, that's when I'm doing all my pre-scanning, pre-market scanning. Yeah, LCID, I do see that. I got this thing thumbnailed. It's, you know what, I mean, with all the stuff that's gone on, I mean, it's held pretty well. I mean, that 50... Well, just make sure you change or you save your layout. And any change you do to anything, be it a single stock window or an alert window, just make sure that you save your work at the end. You know, two ways: file, save, or share to cloud. You give it a name. You probably want to click on entire. Okay, give it a name and save it. And then, of course, you can also save it to your computer. Save layout. Give it a name if you haven't done that, or if you want to overwrite your previous ones, just say save, okay? And the other way, and also when you exit trade ideas, if you file exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout, yes or no? Just say yes. So every time you make any change, it doesn't matter what, you know, you're talking about a single stock window, just make sure you save your layout. All right, guys, ADGI, I just have to draw your attention, I suppose. ADGI, trying to make a little move here. Boy, look at KRYS. I mean, this is another really choppy one. Well, BBW. There's the next high looking left, 20, so it took out that high, 2058. One of the few earnings plays. Box is another earnings play. But it just, you know, it just doesn't look like it's got any big reaction. I mean, the reaction is, don't get me wrong, 13%, but, you know, since the market opened, really just chopping around. AHI, let's see, yes, it could halt, absolutely. Let's see what's going on here. AHI, I don't see any specific reason for it. Terrible spread, 43.61, 45.61, yeah, but it is moving. You're right, this is probably going to halt. In fact, I'm sure, I think it just got halted. Yeah, it just got halted. All you have to do is just look at time and sales, and all of a sudden it gets stuck at 374, 375. You know, and when a stock is moving so quickly, you know that it's actually it was halted. And now we're looking at a 515. So this could get exciting. There's your halt. Famous. Well, I don't know if I can believe this 5 right here. Okay, I mean, look how it's coming down. So all I'm showing you right now is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's all this is. You see the halt price, 374. You see the potential open. I mean, man, if that held, that would be incredible. That'd be one of the biggest ones we've seen in terms of a percentage leap off the halt price, if this holds. Okay, but notice how it is flipping around. If it's a 5-minute halt, it will be opening at 10:59 plus 6 seconds. And meanwhile, VTNR is on the move. Some of these are so interesting when you look at where they came from months ago and the way they're trying to crawl back. VTNR. It's an energy play. I don't know if there's any specific news. I don't think there is today. I did not take the BBW, but it is, it's moving not badly, but I just don't know how much. I mean, I'm just looking at this area right over here. It's almost an all-time high, though. This could be interesting tomorrow, all right? Maybe, especially if it gets close to that all-time high or takes it out. This could be like a second day, or actually a multi-day continuation of earnings. Eight? They don't make Mac 8. Did they change their whole business plan? You're not talking EGHT. Oh, you're not talking EGHT. I know these guys, unless they change their business plan. Communications Solutions. Yeah, I do see the IMGN. I do see it. Yeah, well, it's not 8. 8 is a communications company. I mean, I know companies can change what they do. One day we're doing this, the next day we're doing that, but I don't think that's the situation with EJHT. I like that. I don't know if Roberto can hear me. That's amusing. For some reason, he has a problem hearing me. Oh, you've got sound today. Okay. Well, let's see. Okay, now this is more realistic, guys. I did not think that 5 would hold. That would have been pretty, that would have been a pretty dramatic move. And what's the time? Let's see, 10:59:06. So we're getting closer, about 30 seconds from an open. If it's a 5-minute hold, I'll keep it. I'll keep this chart up and see if it does open. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay, there's my halts resumes. Halted at 10:54:06. So if it's a 5-minute halt, that'll be 10:59 plus 6 seconds. We're getting really close. All right, let's do a little 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so maybe they're going to make this a 10-minute halt. Yeah, if it's not a 5-minute halt, then usually it's a multiple of 5. So that means this could be a 10-minute halt. Stay away from ADGI, guys. It is just a mess. Messy, it depends. I mean, if you're looking longer term, fine. But man, that is a messy one to try to intraday trade. There's another one just showing up, guys. MDJH, so not GH, JH, through the 200-day moving average. Let's see. I don't see any specific news on it. They did a financing. A registration for $70 million. That came on the 24th. Yeah, well, it's very anticlimactic when I do the countdown, and nothing happens. This is interesting. I mean, if it holds here, oh man, I'd like to take this one. I just don't quite trust it right now, the IMGN, but it might be starting to, well, it is, wow, okay, I'm too late. Well, if my screen, okay, first of all, I have to ask other people if my screen is freezing. It's probably on your end. What symbol do you guys see on my screen? Okay, well, that's not freezing. Why do you say it's freezing? Yeah, what symbol do you see now? Why do you say it's freezing? Sorry guys, I'm a little ticked at the IMGN. It looks like it's going to run away from me now. No, it's been postponed. NVTC has been postponed. So it's not happening today. Let me see if they've got another date for it. This is really hard for me to take the IMGN. Oh well, hopefully some of you guys got it. It's really moving now, like really moving now. Okay, so let's take a look at the calendar. And there it is, NVCT. It's been postponed. So they haven't got an update on it yet. Too bad. See what else is happening. These are all, yeah, these are all SPACs. I don't care about them. You can just see anything opening at 10 almost for sure is a SPAC. However, let me see this one. Yeah, it's a SPAC. They're going to merge with Gamers Club. Okay, I guess. So let's see. On Thursday, UTA, another acquisition. Like you can just sell anything coming in at 10 is more than likely a SPAC. So really nothing this week, guys. Okay, the only one here, this Austin Gold. I mean, yeah, 3 million shares at 4 to 6. I mean, I'll put an alert, and it's Roth. I mean, Roth is known, so I will stick an alert for that one. I don't anticipate too much, but meanwhile, AHI to really know. Wow, look at it go now, guys. AHI, it was a 10-minute halt. Okay, so I'm going to put an alert, AUST. I'm going to get the chart up. Of course, it's not trading yet. I'm going to create a price alert at $1. Of course, it'll be over $1 when it starts to trade. Then in my notes section, I'm going to type in 3 million at, and then it says 4 to 6. And then I'm going to put in Roth. So I know who's behind it. I know the price is supposed to be coming out at and the shares. Okay? So if it happens, so I'm sorry, it'll be grabbed tomorrow. So AGC, so the merger is tomorrow? Well, AGC is still a SPAC, but I mean, yeah, so the merger is tomorrow? When Grab starts to trade, it's not a SPAC anymore, if that's what you mean. Yeah, once it starts trading as Grab, it's no longer a SPAC. Is that what you mean? Yeah, no. Once it starts trading as the merged company, no longer as a SPAC. I mean, it's like LCID. LCID was CCIX, way back here. Now, now it's not. It's no longer considered a SPAC. Oh, I don't want to look. Yeah, AHI. Yeah, it is. And is there any news on this one that I can see? I can't see any news on it. AHI. So it's above that high of 414, 415, and then the next one, 519. I mean, it's got room, and it's not a low float. Where are they out of? Hong Kong or? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Australians. Sorry. They're out of Australia. I couldn't quite see that flag. Got a lot going on in that flag. Is anybody in Australia in the room here? Sorry about that. Wow, look at that AHI. Yes. get another halt. If it continues one more, I guess I should have taken the BBW. I did not take the BBW. Now there it is. There's the halt AHI. I do see also that it showed up on my option scanner, 2087 BBW. Here's another one on the move, guys. B-cell, BCEL, another one that's on the move. Looking left, what do we see? 4. Takes out that 434 would be the next high looking left. Any news on this one? Not really, just not very well. Actually, the volume is excellent. 1.8 million, 18 times normal. Fairly low float, 28 million. I'm going to look pretty foolish not taking the BBW. Look at this. Almost an all-time high now. I guess this all-time high must be somewhere else because, you know, we're almost at 21. And it says we're within 10% of an all-time high. So this must be somewhere. Oh, here we go. Back in 2015. Who cares? So, I mean, I'm not saying... So it's not an all-time high in theory, but who cares what happened 6 years ago? Keep an eye on BTAI, guys, now. Holding 20, trying to move off 20. Thumped on FDA, basically. FDA said that, yeah, they're extending the date for its review. Okay. And no company likes to hear it. Well, shareholders don't like to hear that. But it's not like it's the end of the world. It's a low float also, 19 million in the float. So, I mean, this could be pretty active. I mean, it's obviously active now. Not that much volume, 415,000 shares. I mean, that's 5.6 times normal, but not a lot of volume. I'd like to see a little more volume than that, but all right, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. 11:13:28 is when this would open if AHI is a 5-minute halt. Last time it was a 10. I did see that AMBA. You know, I don't trade that price range, but I did see this is an all-time high for AMBA, AMBA. You know, you trade that price range. Yeah, it's an all-time high. Obviously, great reaction to earnings. You know, and boy, that's a low float. 34 million for a $200 stock. That is a very low float. When they had earnings after hours, there was a reaction, held in the pre-market, market opened, little pop. All right, guys. Well, I'll do the countdown again if it is a 5 minute. So 2, 1, open. There it is. So it did open after 5 minutes. Now a little pullback. So the halt was at 444. It got up to 4. Wow. I mean, it had a shot at that $5 mark. So I know what I'm going to do. Takes out 444 again. 450. I'm sticking an alert at 450. And that might get me interested. You don't have to do the same thing, of course. I'll bet you Mara is running. I'm looking at Bitcoin, BITO. It's running, so it makes sense that Mara and Riot and the rest of the gang probably running. Well, OMA is it's running. It's running a little bit, guys. OLMA is running. All right, I'd be keeping an eye on maybe a 450 break for AHI. It's pulled back. The only reason I say that is because when you look left, 519 is the high, and it almost got there. I mean, it got up to 490. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I was muted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so, okay, guys. Do this again. Sorry, I was muted. So, Rob, this is how you do it. Click on Tools, and then Options, and then in General, you see down here we have the fonts. So, but remember, so you can pick your font, you can pick your size. You want to bold them all, that's fine. But remember, this changes everything, okay? So you can't pick and choose which ones you want this to happen on, okay? Just so you know that. I don't know if this was either this is a symbol name change. It might have been. I don't know. I have to go. You have to go to the calendar and check. Might have been a symbol name change. Okay. No. Sorry. A kitty that wants to get fed incessantly. Sorry, not now. So let me just do a calendar check. It's a pretty cheap IPO if it was. So this would have been on the 19th. Yeah, I don't see it listed as an IPO, so it could have been a symbol name change. All right, AHI, are you going to do it again? Take out that 450. I was, luckily, I was somewhat distracted. I wanted this one right here, so I'm going to do it again. That was the halt. Market is still surging, 500 now. Let's see if there's any news on this. Yeah, I have no explanation. You'd have to dive into this a little bit more. AHI, I don't know. Sometimes, a company changes a name, its symbol, and it looks like an IPO, and it isn't. Get ready, guys. 450 break. Get ready. AHI, get ready. SFT pop. Man, guys, I feel like an idiot now. Look at BBW. So it came from my scan also, 2087. It's not a huge move from here, but here, 2058, the daily breakout. Plin. Yeah, this has got, let's see, looking left, 220 is the next high looking left. That was last month. Then after that, 250. I mean, it's got some room, I guess. What's the spread like? Penny spread, 31 million in the float. It's a China stock. Ooh, another grunter here, guys. My oink sound right here. KNOP. So, wow, look left here on the monthly chart, 1172. So this has got room underneath. All right. Really? You know, some of these small ones are just not showing up on the IPO calendar. So I have no explanation for that. It's a very small. Maybe it's because it's out of Australia. So it may be just because I mean, it's listed on Nasdaq, but maybe it's because it's a foreign. It's not showing up on that Nasdaq calendar. And it changed its name in March of 2021. Okay. Tough spread, KNOP, 1424, 1439. Boy, market's still surging here, guys. Nice surge. Yeah, I just can't take this one. KNOP, I mean, I don't like the spread. KNOP, the spread is, 26, 30, 38. That's just too much. Well, OMA, guys, it's doing it. If it takes out 10, it could get interesting, especially if it bases just around 10 and then gets some volume and continues through. Remember, yesterday's high was way up here at 1370. Okay, I'll take a look at this one. Did it come back over 11? Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, all the way down to 1028, right back up. I just have a tough time on this one. But I mean, we looked at this one yesterday. Zach pointed it out yesterday. We looked at this one yesterday. I mean, the gap, the potential gap, void fill is huge. But it is. I don't know how many shares to take. I mean, that's the thing. You have to be prepared for a lot of whip, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm so glad I held off on that IMGN. I mean, guys, look how whippy these are. These are. Topping tails, bottoming tails. I don't expect the stock to just keep going straight up, but just not have, go from 758 down to 714. I mean, those are big, big percentage moves. All right, YPF. Oh, okay. A couple showed up in my option scanner. I missed them. ZGNX. What are you doing? 1251. So the next high looking left. 1296. So it's got some room to the next high. ZGNX. Not low, not high float. Again, trading five times normal, 5.8 times normal. 6 times the normal option trading, 5,000 contracts, which represents about 6.7 times normal compared to the last 10 days. So that's why it's showing up in my option scanner. I'm just a little, okay, big mistake by me. BBW, wow. Should have taken it. One of the things when we're not in earnings season is that when there are fewer stocks that release earnings, the more eyes on, them, because we're not tugged in many different directions, lots of different earnings plays. So those who want to play earnings, there's not that many to look at. So that can work in your favor. Here's another earnings play, but not very much volume, TSVT. Terrible spread, 52.89, terrible spread. And I do see, actually, I didn't even realize it, but this is an AI alert too. I didn't even realize it. 1036, the BBW, that's a nice one. Probably this will be my stock of the day video that I do. BBW. So this is what I'm talking about. There was the alert at 2020. Here's your stop. How you manage it will be up to you. GT is still, not bad. But definitely BBW. Well, I haven't even seen BFRI for a while now. Yeah. The context of that alert, what do you mean by that? You're talking about the BBW? There's somebody asking in the YouTube room, can I explain the context of that alert? Well, it's a strategy. It's just one of the AI strategies that has certain filters in place, and BBW met the filter conditions. It's really, it's really that simple. I cannot tell you what the filters are. Like all the AI strategies are proprietary in terms of the filter values and all that. Okay? Wow. Look at this thing move. So, whatever the filter values were for this particular for the strategy that picked it up, look at it go, guys. I mean, now super acceleration. Even from my scanner at 2087, the option scanner. That's correct. It's part of the premium service, exactly. I don't display it. You know, again, not fair for those who pay for the service. So that's why it's on another monitor. Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I'm looking here. I mean, this is where the meme started in January. That's the month. I mean, it had a modest pop. Well, it's not in theory an all-time high in theory, but you've got to go back 5 years before you start. But it's almost in it's within 7%. But you've got to go back 6 years before you see those highs. All right, guys, the ABUS is alive again. ABUS. And what sort of room does it have? So look left on the monthly chart and 587. So it's got some room, obviously. Look at the volume today. Holy smokes. So this is actually traded the float, 80 million in the float, and it's traded 101 million. Volume surging in here. Look at the volume on the 15-minute chart. You know, they're usually your first 15-minute candle, though this was the last candle 15 at 9:15, so before the market opened. But it's been steady volume all day. Look at that. You've been talking about Indy, Zach. I know you've been talking about Indy. I haven't really seen it in any one of my scans. Don't know why. Got to be a reason. Again, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I mentioned BTAI a little while ago. It is starting to inch its way up. BTAI, starting to inch its way up. Okay, guys, and my headset just died on me, so just give me a moment. right, I'm back. So again, this is just starting to inch its way up, BTAI. I don't know what it's going to do. I mean, it's very low float too, 19 million in the float. So that what is the spread like now? Yeah, KNOP. I mean, this looks really. This is terrible. I mean, 25. It's 25% above its all-time low, which is down here, I guess, 953 or so. I wanted to take this desperately, but the spread was terrible. I mean, it's you know it's 9 cents now. Before it was about 25 cents. All right, guys. So it is 11:40 right now. So let's see. Steve should be in our YouTube room today. Let me just do a quick check on that. All right, guys. I'm just looking for a confirmation from Steve that it's him. Yes, he is. Okay. So at noon, I'll be taking a break. Now I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So if you want head over there at noon, you can do so while I'm on my break between 12 and almost 1 now. The bus is moving, guys. The bus is on the move. So next high looking left again is at 587. Look at the volume too. I mean, the volume is really picking up. Remember I was saying it was pretty steady all day? And now look at the volume picking up. And it's not a low float, 80 million. So it's not a low float. Okay, Olma is actually looking not bad here. I mean, it's holding over 10. Look at the 5-minute chart, 986 or so. It popped over 10. It's just kind of holding over 10. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. If you look left on the daily chart, the next high is 1370. So it's got some room. It's a little extended on the 15s, but you know, the longer it holds over 10 and its volume continues to come into this, this could have a, you know, this could have a nice run off 10 now. Well, William, congratulations on your ADGI. I just didn't like that one today. Took a loss on that one in the pre-market. Airbus is running. Oh, somebody said that before. Was that you, Zach, that said it's running? It was on Patent News. Maybe I think you mentioned that one. Maybe it was you too, Cam. Because I was trying to find some news. Oh, I see. I do see this now. Moderna loses appeal challenging Arbutus vaccine patents. Ah, okay. Well, that's pretty big news. And there's the hood, guys. The hood gave up 25 and is making its way down here. Meanwhile, boy, that is surging now. Look at the volume they came in. Again, you don't typically see something with a float of 80 million trading the float. Okay? But look at this. I mean, 118 million. This is not, yes, it does. Oh, wow. You know, my scanner has been awesome today. I just haven't taken a total advantage of it. But look at ABUS. The alert was at 538 for ABUS right there. You can see the candle or the up arrow right there. Boy, this is new high after new high after new high now for ABUS. Not in it. Unfortunately, I'm not in it. Yeah, I know you're mentioning CNTX. Another low float, 8 million, 46 million traded. KNOP challenging that 14 now. Now the spread's okay, but I really wanted it up here around that 1440 mark. Now they give me a spread of 1 cent. And we have a halt. CNTX just got halted. And this is an all-time high. Okay. Trying to see if there's any specific news on this one. All right, watching the hood here to see how well it holds under 25. Well, what sort of, again, this is the next high looking left, 587. Boy, it's got some room. 587, 902. Boy, let's see, it holds 6. Yeah, I give up, guys. Look at this. Look at IMGN. It's just a matter. I mean, I just could not bring myself to take it again. Look at it now. Wow. I need a break. And there's BBW. We've got the bus going. We've got BBW going. We've got IMGN going. Do I have shorts available at Interactive Brokers for CNTX? And the answer is yes. Yeah, not many, 57,000. So what Zach is talking about, I mean, the potential for Abbas to get up to that 750 mark, the potential with the call buyers up there. Meanwhile, BBW just again, guys. Sometimes I feel like an idiot for not taking this one. I mean, now it's almost legitimately an all-time high. You got to go back 6 years, but you know it's within 2.7% of an all-time high. Just waiting to see if Abbas can take out 6 again. Volume is still strong. Yeah, it definitely was over. Yeah, it was about 23 something. Yes. Yeah. So Kai, we can't help you there. I mean, sorry. You have to have a plan. When you take a stock, you have to have a plan on where you're going to get out if it's not working. And a couple of things. I'm not a financial advisor, so I cannot tell you what to do. Okay. No, you took what 1.25 shares of Apple. You know, I mean, you know, so I can't tell you anything. I can't say, okay, yeah, hold it until it hits this, or sell it if it hits this. I mean, you've got to have a plan before you get into a trade. You've got to have a plan, and the plan meaning, if it works against you, where are you going to get out? Now you only have 1.5 shares, so or 1.25 shares. Okay, bus. Now, listen, other people in the room might want to give you, you know, their opinion, okay? I don't trade Apple at all, so, but I certainly can't say to you what you should do next. I cannot give you any advice in that regard. Okay, well, I have no opinion. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't trade Apple, so I have really no opinion where it's going or what it might do. But I know there are people in this room that trade Apple, so maybe they'll, give you their opinions. Boy, look at the volume on A. I mean, this volume is not decreased yet. Just has to take out 6 in a big way. Look at the volume, though. I mean, there's the volume right there. That's that volume burst right there, and it's continuing. Matter of really, really breaking through 6. Got up to what 636 before. All right, next on the short potential here, gig, GI. Wow, look at this. Wow, what a week it's had. Terrible. Well, actually, it just happened. It just happened. Something happened to gig. Big Bear and gig enter into a $75 million backstop. But that was yesterday. That was yesterday. I'm sorry. This is yesterday's news regarding gig. Something is just trashing this one right now. All right, guys. Abbas over 6 again with the volume still high. Okay, guys, I was able to quickly get out some. I don't know what it's going to do now. That was fast. Look at the volume, though. I mean, the volume is still increasing here. That was super fast. I'm not going to give up on it completely. I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly is way up here at 9, so it still has room if it wants to. Boy, what a day. I mean, what action, guys. We're just getting tons of action here. All right, I'm just waiting to see when Steve gets into our YouTube room so I can take my break. Okay, gosh. ABAS is right back up. Look at the volume. I mean, that's the amazing thing. Look at the volume. It is not abating. Nice one, Lando. But we're starting to get these topping tails, okay? A little bit troubling maybe on the 5. So be careful if you take this one. Meanwhile, Gig and Kana, ah man, there's that breakdown through 14 now for KNOP. Okay, Steve, I see you. Thank you. Whew, I need the break, guys. Lots of activity. So, okay, Steve, I'll stop streaming. Have a good 1 hour run.
Yes, indeed, Barry. Take a break. Well deserved. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my Wednesday edition. All right, looks like you can see me and hear me. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I've got that A-bus on. I saw you talking about that. Very strong chart. The ones that don't even touch the 10-period simple moving average are extremely strong. Hello, David. How's that PUBM doing? Same as it ever was. Still holding in there though, but doing it with lots of protest. I saw Blink was close to triggering this morning, but it looks like it might have backed off. Yep, it backed off. It just doesn't want to trigger. Frustrating action right now for swing traders. If you're a 2-hour day trader like Lando and Abus, that's where the good stuff's being made right now. But I just don't have it in me to be a day trader. It doesn't fit my style anymore. It doesn't fit my workflow during the day. I can't multitask as well as I used to. Hello, Pete. Thank you. Hello, Lando. All right. Well, is anybody in here for the first time that needs help with something on our wonderful platform? A lot of times people send, the support team will send people in here to get a visual on something. So just seeing if anybody's waiting for some instruction on something. I'm always happy to start with that. You got another option, yeah, executed a few minutes ago. What is the expiration on that one? January? Hello, Sam. Yeah, Pete, good question. I'll give you my thoughts, but my thoughts are kind of dinosaurish, if you will. There was a time when I saw people, December, when I saw people, this is probably 2002, before the algos came in, before New York Stock Exchange went to an ARCA split, when it was just a human being and people screaming at that human being with notepads, buying and selling at the post of a particular uh, symbol on the floor of the NYSE. And all trades had to go through the specialist, the individual who took care of that. And the specialist had an assistant that was just typing like a maniac, like the old school grocery store days, and entering the trades to the tape. That was it. There were no ECNs, there were no dark pools, there were no algos, there were no quant funds. And that was probably the last time in history, what I'm getting at here, that I think reading the tape was valuable. I saw guys that never even looked at a chart. They had 3 stocks they knew. One of them was like GE. Boy, I tell you, when what was that that big crisis? I can't remember the name of the firm. It escapes me. Um, anyway, when that thing was tanking, it was a New York stock. These guys would sit at home or in the office where I traded, and they would just watch the tape, and they could see what the specialist was doing based on the prints. And a lot of times you'd see movement in one direction and then a clean out print of maybe 100,000 shares or something big. And that was the time they would jump in and use that key of the tape, time and sales, to make it an action and enter a trade for a scalp. And they didn't look at charts, they just looked at the tape. So I bring that up to say there was a time when looking at the tape was useful. I don't believe I can add any value to looking at the tape today, because what's happening, so many trades are just split up. 1,000 shares could be split up into 10, 100 lots on maybe even a couple different exchanges, and sometimes they're sublots that don't even show up. So the market is now fragmented, and a fragmented market really clouds the fog of war in trying to use time and sales. So I don't even look at time and sales. We do have at Trade Ideas a couple of things that could help you. For instance, block trade. So if you felt that reading the tape, you're seeing a pattern and maybe a reversal after a nice 50,000 or 100,000 share block trade, you can maybe lean on that for some. Let's see. You could lean on that for some guidance in your decision making. So you could take the block trade alert instead of a new high, and you could say, I only want to see block trades at 50,000 or higher. That's really the only thing I could say that might be of interest when it comes to reading the tape, because again, the market is so fragmented. No, it wasn't Lehman Brothers. It was that accounting fiasco. I think they were in Texas. The name escapes me. It was before all that. This was in the early 2000s when the accounting firm was exposed for just underwriting a bunch of garbage. Somebody probably can remember. This is 20 years ago. Wow. Oh, it'll come to me. All right, let's see if there's any questions going on here. Hopefully that helped. No, it wasn't Lehman Brothers. It was an Arthur Andersen type sister company, and they went under, and people got prosecuted. I know, I just can't think of the name. Once you turn over 50, you just start losing the short-term random access memory of names and things. What was that? See, now it's bugging me. I'm going to have to ask Andy. All right. Okay, Sam, what do you think that Square can find a floor? Let's take a look. Ooh, Andy's typing. He might know. Ooh, let's look left on this thing and see what we can get. Okay, so we're kind of in between levels. I'll draw them for you there. So it looks like it attempted to hold this level from back here. No, gosh darn it, he said Arthur Andersen too. They were, okay, I remember now, they were selling credits for power and trading power. That's right, they were trading power companies, trading power systems and grids. No, Andy said Arthur Andersen too. You guys are thinking alike, David. So back to Square here. We can see at this 209 level, we had a little higher low hitch back here when it recovered. But we've since taken that out with some definitive movement here. And no, something else. Multitasking. So if it can't hold and bounce back up and get back above this 209 level, then 192 down here is in play. You know, if you just when you want to look for these types of and look, we can look back even farther. I would say this line down here is probably the most significant of them all because it's acted as a pivot. Resistance here, blew through resistance, support there, support there. It looks like it might have a date with that number down there. So that's what I would see. Gosh darn it. This really Enron! Thank you. David got it first and Treacletown got it second. So I watched a guy when Enron was just plummeting. I watched these guys just short the hell out of it and then cover, wait for a minor bounce and then short the hell out of it again. Not ever looking at a chart, just looking at the tape. So those days are gone. Those were good days. Okay, good, Sam. I'm glad you saw that. What is this? Voicemail? Somebody telling me my auto insurance? Oh, bullshit. People trying to scam me. Go away. All right. So yeah, Sam, I'm glad that made sense to you. Just look left. Oh, did I miss? I missed somebody, huh? Oh, Doodle Dom, I did not give you credit. Thank you, Enron. I'm trying to remember the symbol too. All right, all caught up. Oh, I didn't get the social security. This one was telling me that out of the blue, randomly, unknown caller, that my $79 purchase at Amazon was suspect, and somebody go away. You know, the other ones are the your auto insurance, your auto warranty is out of date, and the social security spam. Yeah, if they want to get a hold of me, they can send me a piece of mail. All right, let's go through, just for fun, as I always do, prefacing it with the AI is a great symbiotic relationship between human and machine. And what I mean by that is the human literally is a better judge of exits than the AI. The AI just comes in with a statistical probable idea for a stop loss. But the people who use the AI for the idea generation and entry and then say, I'll take it from here, AI, and use their own management, human discernment in management of the trade, they're going to do a lot better. And I can probably give you a few examples here. So I always reference the 15-minute chart and the 10 SMA. So if you purchase BBW here, absolutely no reason to get out. In fact, if anything, this is a reason to maybe start thinking about taking profits up here. Maybe sell third or a half. Let's look left and see if anything's coming up. Okay, nothing's coming up. This is an all-time high for BBW. So there's nothing really to reference. It's just when these things get separated from their moving averages and really stretch out on a green candle, usually you look back in time and go, God, I wish I maybe sold a little bit up there. But anyway, that's for everybody to figure out on their own, because trading is an art form. It's what works best for you, not what science might say. So in this case, BBW, you should still be in it, or at least most of it. Maybe sell a little bit. No reason to get out of that one. Oh, by the way, yesterday we had a horrible downdraft in the market, and the AI was net short. I think out of 7 trades, 5 of them were shorts, 2 were longs. Well, today it's a whole different story, as usual. The hyper rotation of this market continues, and the overnight gap up just caught a lot of people on their heels short this morning. So but what I'm getting at is here that today the AI is saying, don't be thinking about going short. You know, all the probabilities are showing up on the long side. So I call that directional bias. The AI can always give us directional bias if we just look down and take a look at it. Like I said, yesterday was mostly red shorts. Today is all green longs. And you know, when we look at the market, there's really no reason to be short because The people who got short yesterday got hammered once again. All right, so moving on to the next example, GT. Ooh, interesting. This one's going to be a little confounding because my rule is to not let a candle close below the 10 SMA. Now, if it's really close, too close to call, maybe you wait for the next candle. And in this case, that is what you probably wanted to do, but I've been known to get out of things that do that because once that red candle closes below the rising SMA, usually momentum fails. But it looks like this one, GT, is going to prove me wrong, at least on that hypothesis. Let's move on to the next trade management concept in MU. Micron. Okay, so pretty nasty as it got up. This is what things do when they break out. They break out and then they pull these nasty pullbacks on you. But the first one actually closed above the SMA, so you're okay. But the red one there technically closed below. The green one still technically closed below. Working on a new red candle here, technically still below. So it seems like this moving average kind of is telling us the momentum is dying. So once again, disregarding the stop of the AI and using the 10 SMA as your guiding hand. If it closes below, more often than not, you're going to be glad you did as you look back and you see just numerous candles chopping around sideways below that moving average. And you're able to take the best part of the trade and move on. Take your emotional capital, your financial capital, your mental capital, and look for a new opportunity. So I would not be in that one if I was in that one. Okay, here's a great example of why you wait for this stop, you're going to lose more money in bad trades. Technically, that one was pretty close, but if you didn't get out after this one, you're just probably going to wish you did at some point. So again, we're just looking at how to manage the trade as a human, letting the AI get us into the idea. Here's another example. That first red candle closed right on the moving average, the second one below, and we've spent the last 3 candles below. It did not bounce at all like that GT did. So you're saving yourself a lot more by getting out here versus down here. And that will start to add up because, as we all know, not every single trade's a winner. You just want to be like you're at the racetrack, the horse track. You're going to throw a lot of tickets away, but at the end of the day, you might have a couple of gems that pay for everything. All right. Yeah, Pete, they're very annoying. Ignacio, hello. On the entries in the AI, normally don't enter when the 15-minute SMA is too far below. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And as a matter of fact, let's take it a step further, Ignacio. So let's say, like you said here, there's a perfect example right here. There's the entry, and there's the moving average. You can take the entry, but you really got to lean on this moving average and cut it if it doesn't work. But I understand what you're saying. A lot of times those scenarios will show up in a gap up situation. Probably one of the worst things you can do, habits you can get into, a bad habit as a trader, is start chasing those gaps. Because 3 things can happen. It can gap up and go, or it can start to fall back and wait to catch the rising SMA, or it will blast through the SMA and close the gap completely. So 2 out of 3 would suggest it's wise to not chase the gap because you're only going to be rewarded out of 1 out of 3 scenarios. And in this market, it's really hard to find something that gaps up and continues to run. The only thing I see doing that are these small caps, pharmaceuticals or alternative energies that have a nice story behind them. But just your normal run-of-the-mill, average, no news day stocks, don't want to chase those gaps. The other thing I was going to suggest is occasionally, I didn't see any today, but I've seen it before in the past, where if the AI, and I assume, Ignacio, that you're doing this on a discretionary basis, because if you were auto-traded, you wouldn't have a choice. You just have to take it. But if you're looking at them discretionally, with discretion, anything that is an AI trigger that's already below the 10 SMA, I would just turn off and walk away from. I only want to see the AI triggering things that are starting the day above their 10 SMA or right at or near it. Because if the AI is triggering along that's below this 10 SMA on my 15 chart, you're already got a major hurdle in front of you. You got to get back through that SMA, and that's not always easy to do. Well, I tell you, Riot and Mara looked really good, and I almost kind of wish I bought some this morning. Look at that. Look at how this 50-day moving average, just solid base. I'm really kicking myself, actually, for not doing it. and Riot blockchain. Those two are having very decent days. And there's a perfect example of the 10 SMA test keeping you in the trade right there. So that's how I would look at the SMA and the distance from the SMA. I get real nervous if I'm long a trade and I'm in the money and a good profit and the price is stretched way above the 10 SMA like we are here in BBW. I start to get a little nervous about that. So I would rather, I'm like you, I would rather just wait for something to be a bit more set up. Perfect circle. What do you think of AWH? Is this swing you would consider? Well, the first thing I'm noticing is it is in a downtrend. It's definitely guilty until proven innocent, and the general health of this stock is not good because it's below my general health line. The 50-day moving average pretty much gives us the general health of this stock. Is it not feeling well? Well, then it's going to be denied by the 50 and thrown back to lows, as opposed to Mara, which is using the 50-day to say, nope, I'm still healthy. I'm good to go. Look at that, it's back on highs after testing. So AHW has already got one strike against it. Did I type that wrong? I always dyslexic myself. It's already got one strike against it. It got denied at the 50. And I would actually call it two strikes against it because it's below also the 10 SMA. So the momentum has been to the downside. Look at how the inverse of that moving average on the daily chart, same thing, 10 SMA on the daily. Price tried to get above, said nope, momentum to the downside is still intact, I'm sorry. So today it's trying to fight its way through the webbing of the declining 10 SMA, which caught it back here. So the only last thing we can do, that's a mighty downtrend. Okay, and so those are all-time lows. I would have to say, if this is the kind of thing you want to play, the good side is you know your risk, okay? There's your risk right there. The problem is sometimes everybody sees the same risk and they all put their stops in there, and it might take one more day to try and flush those stops out before it moves back up. But at least you know you're risking $2, you're risking maybe 20 cents here at the most. But importantly, and I actually wanted to talk about this on my webinar last night, I didn't really spend enough time on it. It's very important to not just come in here and look at that and go, okay, 194 and I'm out. Well, that's the bottom. 193 and I'm out. Turn over and go to your broker. Good till canceled. Stop market loss order 194. Well, guess who can see all that, all the algorithms, because you're being sold out by your broker. It doesn't matter what broker you have, you're being sold out. And when they see all those stops down here, what they see is a bunch of bowling pins that the algorithms or quant funds can go down, trigger the stops, and then reverse. And so what I like to see on situations like this is that one rejection candle that tried to break it, and the people who had the weak hands got stopped out because they sold their order, and then it popped back up and it closed. So a nice bottoming tail. Now this one does have about 5 or 6 days of some good rounded base, so maybe it's quite possible this thing could fight its way through, and the step number one is to close above that declining 10-day moving average, and you might be on your way. But just be ready that you might have a flush out day. So the important thing, what I wanted to get to, is don't set stops. Observe the price when it happens. It's not the easiest thing to do when you see a giant red candle bleeding down through lower than you wanted it to go, but that's one of the reasons I try to wait for the closing day, 10 minutes before the bell, to reevaluate all of my positions and press change, rearrange, see if I want to get out of that one because it's closing below a moving average, or see if I want to stay with that one because it went down, reversed, came back up with a nice bottoming tail, and at the end of the day, that's the chart everybody's going to see when they're scanning. So those are the possible scenarios for you in AWH. Again, it's a good risk reward down here. I wouldn't personally do it. It's not my style. I don't like buying things in downtrends, but the good news is your risk is limited, and just be aware of that possible flush out. If it doesn't recover today, there could be a flush out coming. And maybe, if you're not in it, maybe you wait for that flush out and you observe it. And if it pops back up into the range, back above 194 and 195, $2 maybe at the end of the day with a long trailing bottoming tail, that could be an entry. I wouldn't say no to that because you've got a plan. You've got your out and you know what to expect. All right. Hope that helped. Yeah, David, I'll tell you, it is interesting that Holly has an AI, has a green bias today. Well, the morning compare counts a red bias of 57. I don't really pay too much attention to those unless they get above 60%. If we had a red bias of 62, 63%, that's kind of significant. Anything in the 50s could kind of go either way. I mean, let's face it. Apple is literally probably one of the few things, oh my God, that's holding up these indexes because of the heavy weighting. What does Microsoft look like? Hanging in there. But Apple is the darling. I think if there was an atlas holding up the world, the market, it would be this guy right here. So yes, the indexes are up, and that probably creates a nice current for the longs, which the AI picked up on with all the gap ups. But individually, name by name, which would show up in that compare account window, because I think he's sampling the big caps, or maybe all the S&P, I don't know. It starts to show you the cracks underneath the surface where individual stocks are just not having anything of it, not looking anything like Apple. What do you think of SM from the AI? It's stop out but closes above. Okay, so you bring up a good point, Ignacio. Just because the AI stopped out, and I think I remember from your earlier post that you're trading these more with discretion, every day the AI should be your watch list. I mean, what you could probably do is you could come in and, where's SM? So come in and with SM, click the heart button. Click the heart button for all these symbols, and then it will show up in your My Liked window. If you don't know what the My Liked window is, if I can grab it. Oh, shoot. My Liked window. This is literally taken from the My Liked channel. So it's just a simple top list, but the symbols are pointed towards My Liked. And this is done automatically by using the heart. So the heart will turn on and off, add and reduce a symbol from your watch list or your daily wheelhouse. So you can take all these names, and let's look at SM here. Okay, so it's a little under pressure on the daily, but it's trying to fight back. I would say if it gets back above the high right there, 29.56, I would say it could be in play. It could be in play. It just depends on what your time frame is. But you've got this 5-day moving average, which price basically opened up at and got denied at. So you'd have about, 60 cents or so until you have to worry about that resistance. Again, it's not really my play. I don't like things that are under the 50-day moving average. There's a lot of headwinds here on this one to get back up. It's an energy company. Energy is doing pretty well today, I think. Yeah, XLE is doing well. Oh, by the way, I'll take a look at my stock race this morning. Oh, it doesn't look good anymore. Never mind. Close that. You could take a chance. Your out is definitely going to be, okay, so if you did get back into this, I would say your out would be if it bleeds back below the 10 SMA. As you can see, the 10 SMA held it here yesterday, got back above, kind of held it here earlier in the day, and then broke down, and now it's fighting its way through again. Some people use other indicators, some people use other time frames, and they use EMAs instead of SMA. It's just a level of what you find interesting and you find a lot of correlations with. And I find a lot of correlations with, I just realized something. I find a lot of correlations with the SMA and my 10 SMA. Average volume. Oh, I need to add volume. There we go. Add. There we go. Now it looks right. Actually, I don't want that average volume in there. I'll finish my thought. Don't worry. That's the way I want it to look. So these are the simple guidelines that I use. Other people use Fibonacci. They use VWAP. They use pivot points. They use candle patterns. I put most of my emphasis on where is the price in relation to the key moving averages that I use on the daily first, then zoom into the intraday. So it's a bit of a mess in SM, but you bring up a good point again, Ignacio. Don't lose track of these things throughout the day. A good trade might pull back and stop somebody out, but it could become your entry. You never know. All right, Pete's back up. I start rambling on so many topics, Pete. I kind of forgot what we were talking about or what you're referencing. Oh, maybe the market stops. Yeah, yeah. It's not a conspiracy theory. How do you think Citadel became so rich and Ken Griffin can buy all those expensive art paintings? Because he has stone by stone, pebble by pebble, ripped a good trade out of people's hands by paying Robinhood, paying everybody, TD, Waterhouse, I mean the Fidelity, E-Trade, Ameritrade. Pay them for their order flow. And that's why you get free commissions. And they were doing that before commissions went free. I forgot who did it first. It might have been E-Trade. It might have been Schwab. But they said, you know what? This isn't going to last. We're going to have to give free commissions because we're just making too much money on the back end. And that's of value to them. So not only do the brokers make money on selling your order flow, these Citadel, Virtue, and other giant market making algorithm quant funds, they have a complete market view where we don't. And it's just there's a lot to unpack there. The fact that the brokers sell you out, and the fact that they can see all of your stop limit orders, and their algorithms say this would be a good time to go squash stock XYZ and buy it back after the stops are run immediately. It happens, and it's not cool, but it's the market we have, and it's the market we have to trade around. So knowing that, it affects some of the things I do. Like I said, watching those bottoms down and back up with a bottoming tail, trying to run that last set of stops, that comes into play in my decision making. What it also does is it forces me to not, like if I did have a stop order in there for any reason, which sometimes I do, and the stock looks like it's going to open close to my stop. Nope, they don't get it. I will pull my stop and suffer a little bit of anxiety before I let them take my trade, because in the end, Andy and I started doing that many years ago, and in the end, it's worked out better than one taking the loss and then getting steamed up watching them take the price right back up above for a winning trade that you would have participated in. It's just no fun. But it helps you understand the market dynamics and helps you understand maybe more what's going on. I mean, if you took an old stock trading book that I learned on, that I was reading in the late 90s, they don't talk about any of this stuff. The market has evolved so much since then. I'll tell you, it was fun when we traded in fractions against an actual human being. And they couldn't back away from your order. They had to fill you. And then they back away, and next thing you know, you're up a quarter. That's 20, 25 cents. Just like that. You're in the money nicely. And then another quarter. Before you know it, you got a half a point quickly. Not much stress, not much confusion. Why isn't that illegal? Because a perfect circle, we live in a country where nothing is fair. We live in a world where nothing is fair. The people who are the haves, they make the rules, and they feed off of the have-nots. It's the only thing I can say. Okay, any good books or reads on that? Not that I know of. The only books that I think that are probably worthwhile are like the psychology of trading books. Believe it or not, I'm going to drop this on you. I'll type it in here. You might think it's funny. And I probably can't even spell it. Reminiscences. Let's see if spell check is on. Nice. Reminiscences of a stock operator. This is based on one of the greatest traders that was around when the markets first opened up. He started trading in the late 1800s in what was called bucket shops, where it's not the floor of the exchange, but they're getting a live tape. That ticker tape thing you used to see, well, that was their main feed, and they would scribble on the chalkboard the prices, and people would pull up in their town, and they basically played the casino, the house, the exchange, and they took the traders' money, and it was called trading, on a bucket shop. He learned on that, and then he moved to New York and started trading on the floor. And you might say, well, why are you bringing this up? This is all ancient technology. It doesn't matter. The technology, the human behavior is still the same. So what I'm getting at is the books that I think are highly valuable are the books that talk about the human condition and how it relates to successful trading. And there's two of them. The first one is that one, reminiscence of a stock operator, because it will show you the herd mentality and how the crowd works. They literally were doing the same things with a chalkboard. He'd say, well, I want to short sell, General Electric. Order to sell. No, excuse me. I want to short sell General Electric, he would say, because he was a big short seller. He would plunge into the short side, and he would give his clerks an order: buy 50,000 GE. I'm like, well, why are you buying? He goes, just buy 50,000 GE. Same kind of a thing. He was creating a head fake. He was trying to create interest to pull people in, and then he would hammer them on the bid and go short. And eventually, he would probably be right on some of those trades. So the point is, yeah, they were using chalkboards and ticker tape, but the crowd mentality and the herd mentality remains the same. It's just we have a different platform and different technology doing the same thing now with a lot more nuances. So that's a good one for crowd psychology, market psychology. It's timeless. The other one is trading in the zone. This one is more specific and more recent, actually 20 years recent, talking just about, trading for a living, how the mental state you need to have. And there's many little tricks he gives you on how to have the right mental state when trading, because if you start getting really emotional in trading, it's just a downward spiral quickly. And so there's some good tips in that book. As far as your question, are there any good books out there relating to the current market structure? I don't know of any. Somebody said Michael Noss has a great video on books. Okay. He might have some ideas. Yeah. And if somebody wants more information on that, I suppose you could just email us and request a link to Michael Noss's video on books, and he might have a much more extensive recommendation than I do. BCTX, somebody's saying. Wow, sure came to life here, didn't it? There's got to be news on that, I would imagine, the way the volume just came in and popped up. Our news tab is okay, but it literally just kind of scrapes from Google Finance. What I like to do when I want to find out what's going on in stocks, I'll just pull up Twitter and do $BCTX and see what the crowd is talking about. All right. Yes, thank you, Christino. We agree. The book on my to-read list. Oh, this book is on my to-read list. Good to have more reasons to read it. Thanks. Good. Trading in the Zone is probably more applicable. If you had to choose between which one do I read first, I'd read Trading in the Zone first. And then for just some pretty good entertainment and some understanding of the human animal and human behavior, you could read Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. It doesn't end well, though. Sadly, Jesse Livermore went from riches back to rags, and he couldn't deal with that anymore, so he took his life. Yeah, you know what? Let me just ping Michael here, and I'll see if I can get the link directly from him rather than tell you guys to go get it yourself. Hold on one second. There we go. All right, we'll see what he comes back with. Yeah, it's Nauss. He's a Canuck who lives way up there in Nova Scotia. Yeah, he's got Trading on the Zone. Oh, Trading on the Zone is on YouTube as an audiobook. Oh, that's good to know. I'm sure Michael mentions the two that I mentioned, but he might have some more ideas. He said 1 second he's going to grab it, so we'll grab it here and drop it in the chat. Okay, there it is. All right. So I just dropped that YouTube link in there with some more ideas for reading. Looks like he's got a playlist of 3. Oh, he said here comes the playlist of 3 videos. Trading, psychology, and productivity. He might be set to drop another link on us here. Let's see. Well, maybe he is, maybe he's not. We'll see. Best trading books, that was the link I gave you. Let me just see that real quick. Oh, okay. So it's yeah, that's the link. There's no additional link coming. So you can see on that link, there's a playlist of 3 videos. And so, I mean, I'm sure he took some time to put that together. I'm sure it's worth looking at. I can't see a link that you posted, but I'm pretty sure it's the same link that I just posted, Sam. Yeah, YouTube doesn't allow the audience to start popping links up there. Only the admins can do that. Yep, blinks on lows. We might not get a trigger. I'll tell you what, I'm not going to like it at all, one bit, if the candle closes like this right here. You can see 1, 2, 3 attempts to stay above water there on the red 20-day simple moving average. But today, maybe it's being scared by that rolling, curving 10-day moving average, and we're back at lows. And if we close like this today, I might just take this off my radar because it just might bounce around for a while. Ideally, I think it should have literally lifted off this day right there, but we had that horrible downdraft yesterday, and it was a nice recovery. So that told me, hey, this thing is a fighter. Yesterday was a bad day, but this thing's a fighter. Well, now we got a good day in the SPYs, and this thing's given up. So, but again, more often than not, when I have made my decisions to get out of a trade that isn't working midday, I sometimes regret it. So that's why I try to wait till the end of the day to see what is the actual chart going to look like when people do their scans tonight. What do I recommend for finding good short candidates? Let's do this. Well, first, let me preface by saying the one thing you don't want to do as a short, and a scan that I don't have and wouldn't share if I had it, because it wouldn't work probably and I wouldn't use it, is something that's shorting new lows. All right, everybody's watching that level and it breaks that level. Okay, let's go short. Well, you kind of run into the same buzzsaw that I was talking about earlier. The stops get run. You take a short on a bunch of stops being run below a breakdown, and lo and behold, the mysterious forces come in and reverse it and pop it back up, and before you know it, your short that was in the money for 4 minutes is now out of the money and has a solid bid underneath it. So I don't have scans that would look to fade. It's called shorting in the hole. I do have scans that look to fade, not shorting in the hole, not chasing momentum to the downside. Especially in a bull market like this, chasing momentum to the downside is a really difficult task to master, and it doesn't really work that well. But if you can find those points that make sense, I think I was talking last night, in my webinar about how close I was to shorting the S&P, but I didn't, because in the back of my mind, the Fed will not admit they made a mistake. The minute they do, the game is up. So I just said, there's no way I'm going to get short. But if I was thinking about it, there's that giant wall, that brick wall yesterday. This is the area where I had my finger on the button and I was thinking about it. I talked myself out of it because every time I do this, I time it good, and then it just bounces right back and takes away, and I wind up flatting the trade. It never follows through. So at least you give yourself a fair chance at an entry. Not chasing new lows, but fading something that makes sense at highs. Okay, with that said, let's look at my jam down family. Jam down and jam up. And it is a docked window, which I really don't use, but this one, jam up and sell. Let's just grab the actual alert, not the dock. There we go. So here's the actual alert. Let's look at a couple of these and see what they've done today. Go back to close to the open. IRWD. Okay. So IRWD was at 640. I'm sorry. 1161. Wow. Okay. So here, I got too many things going in broadcasting. I lock up sometimes. Let's just go ahead and mark that up the minute I can and say that orange line, boom, was an interesting fade. Yes, it was popping up, but here's the idea. What's happening in this scan is we're referencing the daily chart. We're referencing the daily chart on something that started off okay, but blasted off, and right about there, actually it was 10 cents above. It was probably moving fast. The 10 SMA is pretty much where we get our signal. So we're fading everything I've been talking about today, using that line of momentum as our entry rather than waiting for a new short. So like the guy down here, who bought below, sold below 1086, got bounced out quickly yesterday, as opposed to the guy who maybe doesn't like the story of IRW, wants to short it, but was patient and waited for it to pop up. That's just one example. Let's see if we can find some more. Beauty, BYD at 60.33. It's roughly right about there. Went against you a little bit, but came back in line. Looking at the daily chart, it popped up, hit that 10-day moving average, blew through it, but has since reversed. So we're getting a contrarian fading type of entry. There's another one that popped up on the open, and it gave us this one at 17.37. A little bit of meat on that bone still, but nonetheless, it is working. That one's, again, look at the daily chart. It popped up into the declining 10-day moving average, finds a bunch of trouble, and now it's starting to roll over. So this would be the only way that I would ever want to short. That's a bug. I got to work on that. Ever want to short a stock being contrarian. 28.05. I'm sorry, 26.05. All right, there's that one. Again, right into the moving average, and then it just kind of fails. So I think you get the gist, Pete, of how I like to enter shorts, and the only type of real-time trading scan that we offer, that I've created anyway, that I think is worth its salt, is to fade and go the opposite way of these things. There's another example of this bug that I got when I try to draw a new chart. All right, that one didn't work. They're not all going to work, but they're compelling nonetheless. Oh, I can't get that to draw. Let's get this to draw correctly. HMC, there we go. So it gapped way up, right into its 10-period moving average, and at 28.39. Oh, give me a break. Are you serious? We're going to end on this one because it's so good. Look at that. How about that for a short entry signal? Might work, might not, but at least you're not getting bounced out of a reversal because you chased something. It goes back to what I always say. Don't be part of the herd and chase the herd and run with the herd. Try to find levels that make sense to you and be contrary against the herd. That's what gives you separation. And your entry is everything. If your entry is chasing, your stamina and stay time is going to be weak. If your entry is contrarian and you're fading an up move, you've got more stamina and more staying power to let this thing wiggle around a little bit. So I hope that makes sense, and I know you're going to want it. So let's go ahead and put it back on real time and share it with whoever wants it. Jam up and sell. There you go. So yeah, trading's not all about chasing new highs and new lows. It's, trying to create and carve out a little method that works for you. And again, there's no one right way to do it. It's just the way I like to do it. And my time frame is not day trading, it's swing trading. So I'm often keying off of daily points of interest. All right, let's catch up here. What is your Easter egg scan? You know what? Good question. I'll tell you what it is. It's not a scan when I do the trade of the week each week, I have to select something, but I'm usually selecting something from a short list of good names. And I don't want to, somebody told me one week, why don't you just put those names up too? And I thought, you're exactly right. Why should I hang everything that I've scanned and found onto one name, and that one name doesn't work? And I'm kicking myself for not at least introducing you guys to other names to watch closely. These are my Easter eggs. So look at that, Mara and Riot. This was 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. So they're in my wheelhouse. So basically, and here's Blink this week, these aren't really doing anything, but at least I've got them on paper, so to speak, so you guys can say, oh, I don't want to lose track of these. So you could do one of two things. You could either pull up all those charts and then heart them, and then they would go into your My Liked symbol. But I've just created an active window for Easter eggs. So I created a symbol list of Easter eggs. Let's start there. Symbol list. And I'm constantly updating it too. As they get 2 or 3 weeks old, I start to clear them back out. Easter eggs. I've got 12 names in there right now. So I take those 12 names, give it a name, which is called Easter eggs, and I create a new alert with nothing but a new high and a new low. No filters. Want to see everything. But my symbols are set to only those 12 or so stocks. So now in real time, I can sit here and I can just see, boy, those EV, GeoEV, Plug, all these EV names that were very interesting 2 weeks ago are now just falling on their face. But Mara and Riot that I had on my list a couple weeks ago, a week and a half ago, they're strong today. So I don't lose track of stocks that I want to keep watching. So I just use a new alert, high-low, create a symbol list, and then modify that symbol list as new ones come in. So next week when I do the trade of the week, I might have 4 or 5 more ideas to watch. I'll put those on there and I'll add those to my Easter eggs. That's why it's called Easter eggs, because they're kind of buried and hidden down there in the daily or Monday morning email for the trade of the week. Is SMA more effective than EMA? Again, it kind of just goes to your preference. Some people swear on the EMAs. Maybe they're seeing things a little different or a different perspective than I am. I've just used the 10 SMA for so long. Some people actually like the 8 SMA, and I was looking at this earlier. No, it wasn't that one. Which one was it? Yeah, it was this one. So there's my 10 SMA. But look, it never really touched it. Well, to me, that just tells me this thing is really strong. But some people like an 8 EMA. So if I change my 10 to an 8 and look at that, I mean, if I did this long enough, maybe I might come to a conclusion. Oh, shoot, I removed it. I might come to the conclusion that maybe I should be using an 8 and not a 10. Let's re-enter that. Moving average SMA. Let's see what the 8 looks like on there. Okay, so it's snuggled up a little bit more closer to the 8, but it's still above the 8. That tells me this thing is just really strong momentum. But to answer your question, there's no one right or wrong way. I think you just want to experiment with them. Some of the common ones are the 8, the 10, SMA. And it seems like the preference of SMA versus EMA seem to kind of break down more in the shorter time frames. So once you get above maybe 20, I just think the SMAs are key. But below 20, you could go either way. What I was going to say is some people use what's called a 9 EMA or a 13 EMA. So you got 8 and 10 SMA. You've got 9 and 13 EMA, exponential moving average, which gives more weight to like the last 3 candles. It's just whatever floats your boat, whatever you see more correlation. I haven't seen anything to really show me that I need to change from a 10 SMA to something different. It doesn't always work perfectly, but it works most of the time good enough for me in my opportunity. Pamela, I am a swing trader. Yeah, I don't like to trade intraday. It's too much. I got too much going on. I don't want to multitask that much. I prefer to slow things down. I started swing trading over 10 years ago. I haven't really looked back. So basically in 2007, before our big crash, Andy and I started to notice a lot of weird stuff going on intraday, and it was creating a lot of noise. And we didn't really care for that noise because, as I said earlier, we were spoiled early on in the late 90s trading in fractions against human beings. Well, fast forward 10 years and we're trading in pennies, trading against a fragmented market with dark pools, and algorithms and quant funds that want to jack the price around that they never did before. So I just said, you know what? I don't like this. The only thing I can do to combat it is to just pull back in time and start treating my daily charts like a 5-minute chart. And that was something I'm never going to go back on. I just don't see myself ever getting back into day trading again. Unless things change, externally. If I don't have as many responsibilities throughout the day, maybe I could, but I really don't feel like it. I don't like playing their game. And that's just me, and I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from day trading because Barry is phenomenal at it. He finds the action every single day, and he works it. But that's just not for me. Do I use a trailing stop once I've entered a trade? No, if I'm in a swing trade, I might have 6 or 7 positions, and I just click through them throughout the day, and I watch. And if I see something like, okay, this BBW, yeah, I could go in here, and if I had a stop in there, I could move the stop up and put it in there. But again, remember, I like to wait for the moving average to close and see if it reverses back above this signal line, the 10 SMA. And if it does, well, then my trailing stop got me out of a trade I probably shouldn't have got out of because I like to wait for the close. So what I will do is I'll say, you know what? All right, I'm going to take my eye off BBW here, but I want to know if it crosses this threshold. I want to know about it. And so it'll give me an alert. Then I can focus on this. This is my main focus for the moments here. Let's see how this candle closes, it popped back up above that line. Well, good thing that line wasn't a stop out. If it does roll over and close below that line, okay, then I'll manually exit the trade. I don't like using automated trailing stops. I like to make all my own decisions. Kind of like the stop loss market sell, get me out. Watch it reverse on me. All right, I think we're all caught up. I'll be with you guys for another few minutes here. If you want me to look at any other charts on the way out, I can do so before Barry comes back. Okay, this ARDX was interesting. I think Andy and some of the guys were in this one. Andy will day trade much more than I will. But there's our signal candle right there. It broke the 10 SMA, and look what it's done since then. The moving average is wrapping itself around the price and containing it. Also, I've noticed over the years that big moves tend to happen in a day-and-a-half time period. Yesterday was day one, clearly day one of a move. It didn't close on highs, but it didn't need to, it looks like, because it gapped right back up today. But a day and a half, and I think what happens is the momentum starts to fade and the day traders want to get out, and so they've took the overnight risk, they took the morning rush, and they want to take their profits, and so the momentum just starts to die out. So day and a half, keep that in the back of your mind for swing traders. If you're somebody who holds something overnight and you're sitting on a really big move and you're carrying it into the next day, I would start getting nervous around lunchtime Eastern. Around lunchtime Eastern. All right, let's see some questions come in. I don't understand the difference between conservative profit and moderate. Okay, aggressive means no stop. We don't recommend using aggressive, Mateo. And it's not even an option in auto trading. We don't even allow people to use it for auto trading. Auto trading is only conservative and moderate. Moderate means you're going to manage the trade yourself, and you're not going to let the AI exit for you. If you don't exit, the system will sell the symbol 10 minutes before the close, just as a fail-safe. Now you can always undo that by right-clicking the position and say modify time stop, cancel time stop, and then you're free to take it into the close without the system automatically selling you. And then conservative is what's left over. The AI gets you in and the AI gets you out. It's very appealing for people to want to turn their back and just let the AI manage everything, but I don't know if you missed the original sermon I gave, is that the human and machine work best together. The AI's value is the best at giving an entry, and the human is the best at managing that entry as new candles and new data come in. Hope that helps, Mateo. EMA versus SMA. Do certain different stocks follow? Oh, I wouldn't even know how to answer that one. It's possible. I will say for a fact that certain stocks have a personality to them, and if that personality shows up in an EMA where it doesn't with an SMA, then that would be something you probably have to discover on your own. I don't have any wisdom on that one. ADRX is a massive amount of bag holders. Yes, so let's talk about that. That's anything that moves up quickly. Actually, you're talking about something else. Has a massive amount of bag holders after declined. Yes, so coming into today, all of a sudden we have a massive move against the grain. If it was a gap up, we would call that a pro gap. Look at this thing. It's actually giving it up now. Pro gap is something that gaps up big out of a downtrend. This started the day. It looks like the news came midday. So if it didn't come midday, this would have gapped way up anyway. Those are called pro gaps, and those are very strong. Pay attention to anything that gaps up and runs brilliantly throughout the day after a long declining downtrend. That's catching a lot of people on the wrong side of the lifeboat. They're on their heels, and they got to get out. And so there's a little bit of stamina left in those things. All right, guys. Top of the hour, and I'm all talked out. So hope my ranting benefited some of you. Hopefully you guys learned some stuff today. You can always email info@trade-ideas.com if you want a specific question to me. Just put my name in the message and I'll get back to you. But let me let Barry know it's time to head back into his room. All right, David, good luck on your... This is why I'm backing away from a lot of... I was very aggressive last fourth quarter, but the last 4, 5, 6 months I've been pretty tentative on what I decide to risk my money on. Very selective. Yesterday's action was just ridiculous in PUBM. It's like the short covering tries. They try, but then they just get a hold of it again and shove it right back down. Seeing a lot of that lately. All right, thank you, Perfect Circle. Thanks, David. Thanks, Mateo. Barry's back in, so I will bid you guys farewell until next Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Technology was probably around 90%. Financials still pretty good, 95%. But you can see what's happened. Some of the technology stocks are starting to give it up. Communications, look at this, giving it up. Though really, it's tech stocks, communication stocks, which have kind of been trading off. And that's witnessed with the SPY right there. Yeah, nice short then. I mean, yeah, it is shortable. I didn't realize it was shortable. Interactive Brokers, lots of shorts available, almost 3 million. Okay, what's this one doing? ROIV. Has had a big pop up here, 904. Not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. I don't know if you guys saw this one, ROIV. It popped up, came right back down though, right back down. All right, guys. Again, choppy day. You can just see up, down, up, down. Who knows what this candle is going to do, but it's just been a very choppy day. TradeStation Global. I know I don't, but maybe somebody does here. All right, what are you doing? Man, this is an interesting one. All-time low now for NKTX. NKTX, all-time low. You can see if it takes out 14, I mean, this has got, well, it's got room because there's nothing holding it up. NKTX. TradeStation Global and linking it to IB. Boy, that's a, you're trying to, I don't understand, I can't help you there. I don't know TradeStation Global at all. I thought you meant TradeStation, like literally because they're a broker on their own, aren't they? But I can't help you. Can you not call them? Well, funding IB then? I mean, it's just a matter of transferring money. I mean, it's almost that simple, but I would go on to IB's, if you're trying to fund your IB account, I have IB, okay? I mean, just go to their website and it should give you all the detailed instructions about how to fund. I mean, I did this 5 years ago, so it's not like I can run you through it. But I mean, when you go to IB's website, even type in Google funding an interactive brokers account, you'll be brought to. IB's got a lot of videos, lots of information out there. Well, that's why I got my sound off. Okay, BBLG, yeah, just got halted. Another one of these crazy one. Bone Biologics, low float, 7.5 million in the float. So another low float halt. And let's see, for no big clue where it's going to open. There's the halt, 419, 420, 420. So that's no big clue where it might open. And it is a volatility halt, so it should be a 5-minute halt. So it should open around 111 plus 2 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. BBLG, Zach. I have it. Maybe you don't see my screen. BBLG. How good was this short, guys? I didn't take it because of the spread, and then I felt I was chasing it. But look at the alert for KNOP. I mean, look at it. The alert for KNOP at 11:23 Eastern Time, of course, 14:31 to short. Right there, you can see the arrow. I would have taken it immediately, except the spread was about 20-25 cents at times, so I backed off. I probably should have taken it on the 14 break. I just didn't do it. But look at this. I mean, what a great. That's a dollar now. 14.31 down to 13.22. You can't trade BBLG. It's why? It's just a NASDAQ stock, isn't it? We're not saying to trade it, but I mean, why would they block you on that one? Yeah, SRTS is showing up on a, yeah, there it is. Volume, 11.6, 6 times normal. Well, I've got to keep an eye on this NKTX. It takes out 14. I have to take the short. I just have to do it. What is it down? Down 11%? Well, might be hard to. You mean yeah? BYSI boom on the way down. We need another term for the stock that booms on the way down. Because typically boom sounds like it's going up. Gloom. Well, we talked about that. Doom. It's got to rhyme with boom. All right, BBLG just opened. Nothing really. Not yet, anyway. Okay, guys, make sure anything off topic gets into the off topic, okay? Stocks only is stocks only. Okay? Meanwhile, BYSI. Boy, this is what I wanted it to do when I was in it in the morning. Yeah, this is in the pre-market. What the heck do these guys do? Cannot. Shuttle tankers under long-term charters, etc. So it's actually a UK stock. Now BYSI. Well, you know, ticks me off. Why did you do it in the pre-market? Horrible news. I mean, just horrible news for it. CNTX. Yeah, I mean, I see what you're looking at, and you're right. If it takes out 10 again, I'm just not a great trader like this. But if it takes 10, you know, on these pullbacks, wow. Yeah, you know what? I'm trying to get a short at NKTX. I left it in there for about 30 seconds at 14. They just won't fill me because of that stupid uptick rule. They just will not fill me. I'm in at the bid and at 14 and they just won't fill me. Boy, AMC, guys, is really tanking here. I'm going to take a look at this weekly chart. And what do we got? What do we have here? So it's below last month. Oh man, KRYS. Again, I just wish this hadn't happened earlier, this jogging around here. But it's really starting to tail off now. 70 break probably gets it moving even further down. But again, they did the financing at $75. Held that level for the longest time. But at 11:45, right at noon or so, it started to really start to drift down. So it's dropped about $4 from there. Even Hood has been all over the place. Yeah, choppy day. Look what Hood did. I mean, look at the pop up. It got up to 25.37. Was down here, almost $1 pop, and now it's starting to fade again underneath 25. This probably was one of my toughest day trading days for sure, in terms of the action. Well, certainly for the stuff that I was following, yes. You know, again, you always expect, you can't expect something to keep moving down in the direction where you want it to. But what you don't want to see are just, wild, like these gyrations that just, for me anyway, just get me out of trades, or get me less interested. Boy, this BYSI, I mean, what's going to hold this up? And the answer, of course, is nothing, because there's no all-time low. So even there, 543, might have thought, wow, that's really late. That's 516 now. Yeah, this NKTX now, listen, I might be lucky I didn't get a fill. I don't know. It's 1394, 1402 right now on the bid ask. Averaging down, yes, that's what we always like to do. It's not opening today. It was postponed, Gary. We talked about that. You probably didn't hear us then. No, they don't have a date yet. It just says postponed. Unless they have it in here. I doubt they have it in here. Yeah, it just says postponed. I mean, it's possible you can check somewhere else, but it just says say postponed. Too bad. I was really, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, when it opens, and that, it should be interesting anyway. Yeah, I mean, the markets are really starting to give it up. I mean, that's 45 minutes now. Well, not quite. What time is it? Yeah, actually, another 10 minutes for this red 15-minute candle to close. But no, Robert, you're talking to me about my stops. My stops are based on chart resistance typically. So it's got nothing to, it's nothing to do, it's not a mathematical formula at all. So if I get into a trade, I'm looking at what I consider probably no less than the 5-minute chart and sometimes the 15, where I think there is some support, a lot of action at a certain price. So if it broke down through that, I'd be out of the trade. That's how I place my stops. So it's not mathematical at all. You're talking about what, Scott? What do you mean when a stock has no resistance because it's at an all-time high? So okay, it's an all-time high, but I'm not sure I understand your question. So if you get into this, yeah, I mean, there's I don't my stop. If I took this trade right now, okay, I'd be looking at this probably. I mean, it'd be a wide stop, but right there looks like there's some decent support around 1140, on that 15-minute chart. Okay. Well, the stop is where you're going to get out of the trade when the trade works against you. I think you're confusing it with a target. I don't really put targets. I mean, obviously, a BCTX, if I were in this one, I don't have a target for it. I mean, because usually if I were going to say a target, it's because I'm looking left and I'm seeing where there could be some resistance. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's a target. For instance, the MCRB, which we were interested in, let's see what it's doing right now. Another choppy one. But when it was up here, just around $11, when you look left, the next resistance is way up here around 20 on the weekly and the monthly. That doesn't mean that's a target. I mean, I'm just aware that that's where the next resistance is. I mean, I'm not thinking that it could ever double in today to get up here, as an example. The only thing I'll say is that if I got into BCRX, and this is maybe a bad example because there's obviously no resistance on top because it's not BCRX, BCTX, sorry. BCTX. Okay, so it's at an all-time high, right? So let's say I had taken that trade and I took that trade at, I don't know, 12. And my stop is 60 cents away. That means I would have to be looking at this trade thinking I could make at least $1.20 on the trade. I will always go into a trade thinking I can make a 1-for-2 risk reward. Now, it's not because I'm willing to do that, but I'd be looking at a chart and saying, okay, where is the next area of resistance? So let's just pretend that, because this is not a great example because there is no overhead resistance because it's an all-time high. So there's no chart resistance. Now, there are people who use fibs and other things and that, that there's nothing wrong with that. But let's just say I did take this trade at 12 with a 60-cent stop. And if I had looked left and I saw that the next high was 14 or so, which would have been $4 away, I could take the trade. Right? Because my stop is 60 cents. I want to have a reasonable expectation of making a 1-for-2. In other words, $1.20. So if I'm in at 12 and I look to see where at 13.20, well, if the next high is at 14, I have a reasonable expectation then of making, something up to 1320. Doesn't mean it's going to. And it doesn't mean that I have to wait to that. I just want to know though, when I get into a trade, I have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2. So in other words, if I took the trade at 12 and my stop is 60 cents away, and I saw on top of it a lot of what I would consider a lot of resistance at 12.40, I wouldn't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 60 cents to make 40 cents. Maybe that's a better way of explaining it. So I didn't go into today, money management and all that, but that is what's going to share size me also. Okay, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. So if I have a 20-cent stop and I'm wanting to risk $100 on a trade, I will take 500 shares. How? Why? Because if I divide 20 cents, my stop, the difference between my entry and my stop price is 20 cents. I divide that into $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade. You get 500 shares. So that's why my share size will always vary every trade, because of course my stop, the difference between my entry and my stop, is not always going to be 20 cents or 10 cents or 15. It could be sometimes, well, it's going to vary. Look at this KRYS, guys. Boy, oh boy, I wish I had hopped on that one. But anyway, KRYS, $70 now. Will it hold? Best thing that could happen, in my opinion, would be the base at, 70 for a while. Look at this little action at the 2-minute. Get a few more 5-minute candles at around 70, and then have a nice drop. Get a big volume bar, dropping it down. Well, guys, I tried again and I couldn't get a fill on the NKTX. This is going to turn into an awesome short also. I could not get a fill. I went in, I think it was at 1384. 1380. Only because of that uptick rule. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, if a stock is down more than 10%, and you want to short something, assuming your broker has shorts, normally when you want to short something, you just go in at the bid, short it right at the bid. Your broker has shorts and you get a fill. But if a stock is down more than 10%, you can, and if your broker has shorts, you can go into the bid, but you may not get a fill immediately. First, what has to happen, have to get some action back at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid, but you may be in a big queue of other people wanting to do the same thing. So I tried at 14. I had it sit there for about half a minute, did not get a fill. I know, just tried again at 13. I think it was 85. Did not get a fill. And it's not, again, it's not because there are no shorts available. There are 186,000 interactive brokers, but it's that stupid uptick rule, which doesn't exist. Again, if somebody can explain to me why it doesn't exist in the pre-market, somebody has tried. I don't. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Volume, but Frank, you know, in the pre-market, that's a, I don't want to call it a myth, but I mean, look, there's so much action now in so many different stocks in the pre-market. So that just shouldn't be an issue anymore. I mean, we should, to call the pre-market anyway the pre-market. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's the market now. What happens when they go to a 24-hour market? Yeah, I mean, I see the explanations, but I still don't. I still don't. I mean, you're trying to tell me that they're protecting me once the market opens, but they don't care what I do in the pre-market. When in theory, it's probably it's riskier. In theory, right? It's just that's too bad. Look at this. What a move. So I mean, the original alert was at 1423. But we're only talking about the uptick rule. We're not talking about. So why don't they have the uptick rule in the pre-market? Again, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but anyway, that's just a little tirade on my part, just because. Uptick rule is fairly recent, though, William. I mean, the pre-market's been around for a long time. The amount of volume and stocks participating in the pre-market has dramatically increased, yes. But the pre-market's been around for a long time. I don't think the uptick rule has been around that long. I may be wrong. Wow, just picking up steam. I think you're right, Frank. I think it was in 2000, whatever, 2008 or something. I think you're right. Not 1987. You're not talking way back. Really? 1938? Well, they must have relaxed it because obviously they introduced the 10%. They must have relaxed it because, I mean, you can short anything very easily if it's not down 10%. So they must have introduced the 10%, down 10%. Anyway, I don't know if there's, Robert, I don't know if there's what you're going to call bad news to precipitate the market sell off. I think people are still leery. I mean, we've had a topsy turvy 4 days. Friday, a big down day. Monday, a nice bounce day. Yesterday, a big down day. Today, it's as we speak anyway, it is a bounce day. Now it's fading. I think people are just wondering, okay, how many days are we going to keep doing this? Up, down, up, down, up, down. It's right here. And KTX is right here. You can have it. It's called the 10-day daily breakdown. No, not a layout. It's in one of my scans. So if you go to my home page, this is just the don't repeat version, so I can see when it happened the first time. And that's where the K. I mean, this is we've had some sensational alerts here. Look at the KNOP. I mean, 1431, 1431, 1431. Yeah, 1285 now. And I got nailed on that one also. The uptick rule. All right, so you'll know you're getting. Okay, first of all, if you check the toolbar, you see my toolbar here. Hopefully, you can see my screen. You have a green ball. Number one. Okay, that'll show you're at least connected. Now that doesn't necessarily mean you have to fill those out correctly. The exchange agreements and the professional trader. And can you check? Well, okay. If you load, go to our toolbar and click on the dock channel bar, and say click on the momentum channel because that's a pretty active channel. Momentum. You click on that channel, you should start to see some alerts. I mean, if it's blank, but you should start to see some alerts. Though, of course, the market's moving down, so stocks making new highs, maybe not as many right now. Okay, then you're live. Oof. All right, guys, I'm waiting on KRYS again to see if it takes out 70. It just popped a little bit above 70 right now. I'm waiting to see if it takes out 70 again. A lot of action right around 70 for KRYS. Just really watching to see if it really takes out 70 and really moves down from there. All right, so my scans can be found. If you go to my home page, Bill. Okay, go to my home page. There's the link. I just popped it in. Put this in here too. Okay, so when you click on my home page link, this is what you'll see. Oops. Okay, so here are my scans right here. Click here. Okay, sample layout is up here, and then individual scans that I've created, including that 10-day daily breakdown right here. Okay, and also my other favorite one, moving higher with unusually strong options. But I've got a lot of different scans here. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market to try to get some ideas what might be moving once the market opens. Oh my gosh, really? That's got to be a record. There's a way to see. No, there's no table. No, not like that. I mean, you can create a top list window. Let me. There's no way to have a table like what you're looking for, Nicholas. No. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, if you can, if we have a filter for it. So, for instance, you type in Apple, okay? In my single stock window, you could have things like the distance from the VWAP, the day's range, the ATR, today's range. That's a percent, but there it is. For instance, for Apple, 374. So you can create in a single stock window at a glance maybe a lot of the stuff that you're looking for. If the filter exists, and you can, these are just filters, okay? So if the filter exists, in other words, obviously the ATR exists, average true range. The VWAP exists. You'd have to you'd have to create a custom formula to see the distance from the VWAP, but you can do a lot of things in a single stock window. So at a glance, you can get a lot of the stuff that maybe you're looking for. The distance. Okay, guys. Well, I hope you know what I've done. Yeah, the single stock window, this is what you see here, Nicholas, is just my filters in here. But the single stock window, if I right click on it and I click on configure, columns, okay? So here are all, these are just filters. And if I go more, then I'm going to see all the filters that I can use, okay? So there's your average true range. Might even have the distance from the VWAP. If I type in VWAP, Okay, so here you go. Distance from the VWAP, percent wise. Okay, as an example. So the single stock window. This is just what I like to see, but it's totally customizable. Now, interestingly, Chris was down over 10%. KROIS was down over 10%, but I had no problem getting a fill. I went right in at the bid, got the fill immediately. So it's not every single time. I think that's what kind of drives me nuts. Yeah, listen, Jeff, you're probably one of the few people. I love interactive brokers. Most people dump against it, but yeah, are there charts the prettiest? No, I don't care. Is the program is the platform looking a little archaic? Yes, I don't care. I set it up. I know I bore people on this. I set it up 5 years ago. I haven't changed it since. And all I can tell you is that it is extremely stable. I've never had an issue with interactive brokers. And that to me is way more important than having something that looks pretty. I think you asked me that before, Sam, and I think I said yes, the NTX. Let's see if they're still around. Yeah, 53,000. But I'm just going to wallow in my Chris short for a while and see where this takes me. Guys, I mean, I can't tell you to take these trades. All I said was watch for that 70 break. I'm using trade ideas charts. Okay. So these are trade ideas charts. Oh man, guys, this is turning into a delicious short now. The spread got a little tough there, but right now. But let's see. Let's see that 68.10 has to catch up to the. This is what I'm talking about. There's the spread. Yes. Look at this. Hallelujah. Waited for this all day. Or action like this all day. Thought I might have been a little late, but I took a little bit of I had my stop, of course. Yeah, Tech has gone NAS has gone negative. Dow is barely positive. SPY is a little bit up. Let's just take a look at our sectors now, guys. I'm sure it's going to look a lot different. Going to look a lot different now, boy. Remember, if you remember, I looked at this about 5 minutes before the market opened. Everything was basically 100%. Okay, meaning that the stocks were up from yesterday's close. 100% of them were up. So look at energy, like everything. The only thing, utilities, which is typically does well when the uncertainty and all, because a lot of these are dividend bearing stocks, so it's sort of a flight, in theory, a little bit of a flight to safety with dividend stocks. I think that's the way it's been explained to me. So that's why you see this one up 96, like they're up 96%. Let me rephrase that. The stocks that make up XLU, these stocks and more, if I scroll down, 96% of them are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. It doesn't mean they're up 96%. Oh, this is a day in which, this one right here, the daily breakdown, is shining. So what are you doing? ULCC, another one. Look at this. I mean, oh man, this is like during earnings season, guys, when we were seeing all these smaller ones, fairly inexpensive ones, off earnings, making all-time lows and just continuing to move down. This window right here, this 10-day daily breakdown, gave us some superb alerts during earnings season. But you've got to be willing to short. And if you're not willing to short, I can't help you. It's on my homepage. Well, it's not, well, on my screen right here. 10-day daily breakdown. If you can see my screen, it's called the 10D. It's called DR. All that means is don't repeat. These are exactly the same, right beside each other. But what happens here is you will see the stock over and over again as it makes a new high, whereas let's look at the. So here it is. You see KNOP making new lows, one after another, 49, 45, 40, etc., down to 34. There was the first alert that happened. So I love to have the don't repeat because it allows me to kind of go back in time and say, okay, great, you got an alert. What did it do after that? So I can go and look at this KNOP at 11:23 Eastern Time. The alert was at 14:31. You can obviously tell, it's a $2 move. Now, these are not strategies, these are ideas. Okay, let's take a look at DGLY. I always pay more attention to when the insiders buy than when they sell. Why? Unless there's a mass exited and everybody's selling. But if some individual in a company, even if it's the CEO, decides to sell some shares, well, you know what? He's allowed to. People get really bent out of shape when they see some sells. Hey, doesn't he believe in the company? He or she believe in the company? Well, what if the guy's got 40 million shares? He decides to sell 200,000. Big deal. And who knows why? Wants to buy a new house. Kids going to university. Look at ROIV. Wow. out of nowhere. I mean, we saw this one right here. So the first alert, wow, I mean, look at this. The first alert on the 10-day daily break out on the way up was 846, 965 now. All these arrows, what they're showing you is where the first alert happened on the different time frames. So on a 15-minute chart, so you can kind of go back and you can check that arrow. You can see, okay, what happened after that? And you see exactly what happened. Here it is on a 5-minute chart. I mean, it based a long time. Before it started to move. I don't know what AERC does. I mean, AeroClean, I don't think we have a profile on them yet. No, okay, we do now. Because a lot of times we don't have a profile when it's fairly new. But, so this is what they do, just check the profile. An interior space air purification technology company, etc., etc. So, okay, airborne pathogens, including the big one. But market doesn't care. Remember, guys, this was a $100 stock yesterday. The short of the century, right there, 100 down to 17 or 13 or 14. Remember, that's one day, guys, one day. So guys, you want to see stocks making lifetime lows? I put this together a couple of weeks ago. So these are stocks almost at their lifetime lows, okay, as an example. And I can share this, make sure it's not pinned. It's not pinned. So you look at ALGS as an example, and there it is. It's 2% above a lifetime low. You can just check over here. You can see where the actual lifetime low was. You know, Hood is at a lifetime low. Now, it won't show the intraday because obviously the lifetime low is 24.51. But I mean, there it is. Netty, etc., etc. Anybody want this? And you could flip it to show stocks near a lifetime high if you want. Okay. Actually, let me do this. Yeah, I'll get it. Don't worry. All right, guys. Now the other one I was, paying attention to yesterday, of course, was VIR. It never did what I wanted it to do, but it's getting frisky again. There's the high, $53 yesterday, getting close again to that 50 mark. You've been talking about this BROS for a while. Dutch Brothers. Wow. Why didn't you tell me about it right up here, Zach? I'm sure you started talking about it there. Wow, now that's a short. Oh man. The bros, BROS, bro, BROS. I mean, look at this. I mean, that is more what you want to see. Okay. You see how, I mean, it's basically steadily down with no wild green candles to knock you out of a trade. This is perfect. As opposed to the choppiness of some of the ones that we've seen today. Are you kidding me? $100? Jamie earnings next week. Really? You're right. December 8th, post market. Oh, I can't tell you if it's a good time. Somebody might offer an opinion, but I'm certainly not going to, I mean, right now, there'd be no way I'd be buying this. No way. What would make you buy it right now? The only thing that, I mean, it hit 2 days ago. Yeah, it hit 526, but it's been selling off ever since. For me to buy something like this, it would have to demonstrate to me that maybe it's had a bottom, which not necessarily the easiest thing, and then get some volume to start pushing it. But look at the volume today. Just, no real enthusiasm. I mean, I know it's 5.2, very low float, but, yesterday was the day, of course, or 2 days ago was the big day, but the volume has just tapered off. No excitement anymore. There you go. So, but listen, that's my opinion. I don't try to make a guess on something where I think, okay, I think the bottom's in, and now I'm going to buy it. Okay, guys, obviously I'm out of the KRYS. Again, choppy, but gave me about $1.25, so that's not terrible. I was hoping it would go down even further, but that's okay. So here's one, all-time low, Netty and ETI. I mean, who's going to buy this now? I mean, sure, you can bottom fish, but I mean, unless they have some news, something that's going to get some excitement about the company, why would anybody be buying this? December 7th, so they've got earnings coming up also. I think 26 is a very, and AMC doesn't, oh no, they had earnings on the 5th, on the 8th. So look at this, guys. AMC, 200-day moving average, 30.93. Look where it's at. Basically right on it. Takes that out, look out below. I mean, it's already a look out below. I mean, it's been doing this for a few days, especially the last 3 days. But definitely look out below if it takes out that 200-day moving average. I mean, right there on that monthly chart, what's the low there? 28.53, 28.91. So if it took out, boy, if it takes out, it probably won't happen today, and it may never happen, but you could get a severe capitulation underneath 28 for AMC. I'm just going to put an alert there. If it takes that out, I mean, your next. I mean, this could be it for AMC. It could be it. There's no specific one, Nid. No. There's no specific one. There is an interesting thing you can do, okay? And that's using the compare count. Let me just bring up the compare count. Because the compare count starts when you want it to. And I'll explain what I mean. Okay. So this is what this is doing, it's basically looking at two competing strategies. Okay, and it's starting right now. And nothing's happening yet. It's looking at two competing strategies with certain filters in place. And I'm just waiting for some for some tickers. Okay, so for instance, disc K, as we speak, is starting to move down. I mean, it's already been moving down, don't get me wrong, but as we speak, it just made another new low. And usually this is, you know, this will be a lot more active very soon. And this will give you, this is like a ticker tape too. You'll see stock. If you ran, the beauty of it is you can run it at different times during the day. And what this is doing, just to give you an idea, it's taking this strategy. So stock's making obviously no pre-market or post-market right now, but new highs. If these conditions are satisfied, and it compares them to stocks making new lows with similar conditions, similar filters. Okay, so it's like two competing strategies, one on the upside, one on the downside. That's what we call our compare count window or scan. And usually it's a lot more active, but you know, there's another one, LOTZ, just making a new low. Okay, and obviously with the market doing what it's doing, the interesting thing to look at this one is that if you saw something that, you know, was green, that would mean it's making a new high. That means it's really trending in the opposite direction of what the market's doing. Okay, now we're starting to pick up. So if I wanted to clear it, I would clear it, and now it'll start from this time, like right now. So you can see what I'm trying to say is that you could start this at any time. Look at Bitcoin. Holy smokes. Look at Bitcoin. BITO. Moving with the market. So you can create your own, of course. Now, if you didn't have, I've never really, you know, you have to have two competing strategies for the compare account. But you can see right now, to try to go long right now on anything is a little bit dicey. Now, the other thing you can do, let me bring this up too. How am I going to find this one? Topless window. I don't know what I called it. Because this can also help you, because we also have just got to be able to find it. Okay, just give me a moment. I'd like to find this topless window for you. Okay, you know what I can do? Just a minute. Just give me a moment, okay? Look at ULC. Wow. So BYSI had a pop up and then it has come right back down again, guys. As the market continues to sink here. Okay. Let me see if this is the one. No, just give me a moment. I think I'm going to find something that you're going to like. So just bear with me if you're still listening. Here we go. It's not what I want. Just okay, just give me a moment, okay? Are you still around, Nid? Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build it from scratch. Okay. I'm going to create a topless window. I'm going to new topless window. This is what I'm trying to do. I guess I didn't have it exactly the way I wanted it. So I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to load the settings. All right. Now, Windows specific filter. I'm going to search, and I'm going to type in change. Okay. So here's the types of things you can do. Change in 2 minutes. I want to show the column. I can't remember if I can do it multiple times. Yeah, I guess I can. Change in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Show the column. Okay, so I'm going to go back. I'll do a couple more. Change in 30 minutes, change in 60 minutes, change in 120 minutes, okay? Now I'm going to add I'm just going to pick a price range, okay? I'm just going to add the filter. I'm going to pick a price range, 1 and 50. Of course, you can adjust this as much as you want. Let's put a minimum volume of, say, 300,000 shares, okay? So at this point, that's all we're looking for. Okay, percent changes, whoops, for different time frames. All right, so here we go. So these are the only stocks that are meeting their requirements, okay? Now, all I'm really trying to show you though is now you can see the stocks that have moved the most in the last 2 minutes, the most in the last 5 minutes, the most in the last 10 minutes, the most in the last, no, where's my 30? I guess I didn't add them as columns, okay, but you get the under. So if I wanted to find out the stocks that have moved the most in the last 10 minutes, I just sort. So this one, for instance, AHI has moved 6.4% in the last 10 minutes, as an example. Okay, so if you loaded this, you know, at whatever you want to consider it in the midday, and you know didn't have it up and running, but then loaded it, then you could, and again, you have to pick your time frame, or you could have a symbol list attached to it just to track the stocks that you want, as an example, if that's what you wanted to do. But I'm just trying to show you the concept, and only, you know, I can't tell you what change you're going to use in terms of is a 10-minute change important? Is it the 5-minute? Is it the 2-minute? Is it the 30-minute? 15-minute? You know what I mean? I can't tell you what to use. But this will give you an idea about what's happening now. Does that all make sense? And of course, you know, I can give this to you, but you know, I've got a price range here. I've got a volume here. I mean, you can make a change, of course. You don't want to have so many, you know, that it's, and in fact, the top list window, let me see how many I've got here. Yeah, so I mean, I could put 50. Let's see, if I put 50 stocks. Yeah, so I'm going to get a bigger list. I know I'm going through this very rapidly, but you just sort of the concept is, does that concept make sense to you? So that you would not have this top list window up and running, you would, but you would load it at, say, whatever time you think is mid-afternoon. And then sort on whatever change interval makes sense to you. And of course, this is going to change, okay? This is a top list, so it's going to update automatically every 30 seconds. Yeah, you can add the change from the opening, yes, anything you want. You know, I mean, I can just change from the open, percent. Now, you want it as a filter, or do you want to have it as a column? Well, you can have it as both. So if I show it as the column, so now here's the change from the open. I can, you know, sort on that. But that's not necessarily, just because this change from the open is big, doesn't necessarily mean it's moving now. Okay, so you may have meant, can you have the filter so that you're only going to see stocks? So for instance, you only want to see stocks that have moved today at least 5% as an example from the open. Doesn't mean that's what's happening. So as long as they're moved at least 5% from the open, or 10%, or whatever number you want. So you see, if I go down here, I'm not going to see anything under 5% as an example. But of course, sorting on this doesn't necessarily mean that AHI is moving, is moving fast right now. It just means that in these filter requirements, it's up the most from the open. So I can give you this, you can play around with it. Of course, you can, add different columns. You can add some more filters in order to whittle it down a little bit more. I mean, it's up to you, but if you understand the concept here of just loading it at a time that you think you want to start seeing these things, then great. Okay, so somebody else wanted it? Brian? All right, guys, time is at 2:23, so we're getting close to the end. I'll be shutting the room down around 3. So if you weren't here, I did open the room at 8 o'clock, okay? I will open it, assuming I'm sure I'm up by that time, but it's 5 o'clock my time, of course, but I'll open the room. I'll start opening the room at 8 o'clock. You can talk to each other, chat with each other. I will not be on the mic until 9. And I'll be limited in what I can do in answering questions, okay? Because, I'll be right in the middle of doing my scanning, which is one of the reasons why, I hadn't opened the room earlier, because I am very busy. But you guys can talk to each other. Why do you call that a squeeze, Saif? Why would you call that a squeeze? Seriously. I mean, the stock has gone 4 cents. There's hardly any short float interest. Sounds like you have this stock and you want it to move higher. That's fine, but I would not call this a squeeze. The volume didn't pick up at all. This is somebody in our YouTube room, guys. Boy, it looks like the end of the road for LGVN. End of the road. Look at this. This was such a fun one to trade. Got up to $46 4 days ago. All right, a little bit of a rebound for the market. The Dow is now positive. NAS is still down a little. SPY is up. So a little bit of a rebound for the market. Keep an eye on this one tomorrow, guys. The BBW. I mean, we may have a second day continuation off earnings tomorrow, especially if it takes out the hot. Well, that's quite a bit of ways now, but you know, it had earnings today. One of the few companies releasing earnings. Look at the volume, big volume for it. You know, it's 27 times normal. I mean, you might look at that. Well, it's only 2.9 million. Yes, but it's only also 13 million in the float. But it's 27 times normal. Just look at the daily chart. Look at that volume bar compared, you know, all the previous days. Even on the weekly chart, this is possibly the last time I had earnings. Yeah, this is that day right there is or that week would have been the last time I had earnings. You know, every 3 months. So. Ooh, here's a more expensive one. TOST. Wow, is almost toast. I guess this was an IPO here. A little more expensive one, making an all-time low or nearing an all-time low. Now, when it was down here, it was certainly closer. But look at this, TOST. I mean, you can take that lifetime low, and you can try to play bounces too. I mean, you know, this is just something that's showing you stocks near a lifetime low. You can try to play bounces, I suppose. Thing is, a stock making a lifetime low without any specific news for it, boy, I mean, it takes a bunch to get people to buy it. Well, the interesting day for me will be tomorrow. I mean, I said yesterday that if we had another big down day on top of yesterday's, that would really, you know, set the tone. Now, at one point, this market was way up. You know, we were up 500 and all this. If this sort of closes around here, and then we have another big down day tomorrow, that could really set the tone. You know, if it took out that low of yesterday, tomorrow, look out. You're just going to get people, you know, finally getting a little bit more wary about pullbacks, and won't stop us from trading, guys. Though we're always at Trade Ideas able to find the stocks that are moving. So, you know, we're just talking about the overall market here. Are you still in that one, ADGI? This one right here. The opening 15-minute candle got a high of 49.36. I'd say the odds are pretty good. You know, the way it's trading. You know, all these bottoming tails, the sellers have been trying like mad to knock it down, but the buyers are just saying, the heck with you. So far. All right, guys, so we're getting close to the end. I just want to just talk about my homepage one last time. Okay, so you click on my link and this is what you'll see. So you want to take out a subscription right here, 15% off. Here's your promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha. Sign up for the trade of the, so these are 3 free sections. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And then the education section. If you're new to trade ideas, I wouldn't necessarily start off with a user guide. It's very comprehensive, but it is, you can, just a minute here. It has sections that you can take a look at, and full table of contents. It is searchable, but what I would recommend you do before you do that is take the 20 introductory lessons first, okay? That gets you up to speed on what a top list is, building a top list, alert windows, all the way down to back testing, the AI, which we nicknamed Holly, and Brokerage Plus, okay? So these are the basic features easily explained. And of course our daily support sessions in our YouTube room when I do take my break between 12 and 1. And also after hours, well, not quite after hours, but Chris Farley will be in there at 3:30 in our YouTube room from 3:30 to 4:30. You can, ask him questions about trade ideas or the market, whatever you want. And daily webinars. This week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all here though. And back to basics. If you're new to trading or need a refresher, great little video series, okay? All free. And then my scans. List of all my scans that I'm sharing, sample layout, and all the individual scans that I am sharing. So lots of information right here in these 2 sections. Save my link, then you can look at these 2 sections anytime you want. All right, guys, as I say, we're getting into the last 26 minutes or so. So any questions? Now's a good time. LMDX, guys. LMDX has regained 10. LMDX has regained 10. I mean, it hit 15 in the pre-market, and then it just catapulted all the way down, making some signs that it wants to maybe make a move. But what are we waiting for? Now the volume is picking up on the 2, but I'd like to see something on the 15. The volume's picking up on the 2-minute chart. Tough spread though, 10.01, 10.15. Yeah, so the difference is where it says DR, it means don't repeat. Okay, so this you'll see the symbol over and over again. You know, in the one that I share from my homepage, you'll see the symbol over and over again. Here you'll only see it one time. The first time it made the alert. So I can kind of go back and say, okay, I had an alert ULCC at 1:48. There was a time. And the alert was at 13:23, and then I can check. I don't have to check here necessarily. I can just check the chart and see what it did from that alert. Obviously, the star, we had a couple of real huge stars, the KNOP and the BYSE, the BYSI, sorry, and the NKTX. And again, these are not strategies; these are ideas. I always like to make sure people understand the difference, you know, because if somebody says, well, what if you back tested this strategy? It's not a strategy. I want to see these alerts, and then I'll check to see what they look like on the charts. What do you mean by that exactly, Eric? So I have a question from our YouTuber. What would be my next choice of scanner after the pre-market gapper? I find myself stuck as to what would be the next best scanner for stocks into play. Well, everybody has a different trading style, you know. So I'm a momentum trader. So I love these two, and I love my unusually strong options. You know, I mean, so that's what I really concentrate on. But I'm a momentum trader. You may not be. But I'm sharing these two. But again, that's just, you know, my style, because I want to see stocks near the high or near the low of the day. But you may not be a momentum trader. So it's hard for me to answer a question like that. I mean, there's no such thing as and people ask me, what is the best scanner? There's no such thing as the best scanner. William, I can't believe you got out of ADGI. I told you it was going to take that out. Kidding, William, of course. Okay, so momentum stocks. I mean, here are them on the downside. Well, I also have a couple of scans that are called Momo up and momentum up and momentum down. You can take a look at those too. So if you go to my homepage, I'm pointing. I just put the link there. So again, if you go to my home page, go to the scan section, and momentum up, momentum down. You can try those too. They're definitely momentum stocks. No thoughts on that. Baba, I mean, that to me, something happened to my, just give me a moment, please, guys. Something just happened to my Bluetooth connection, I think. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm just having a Bluetooth issue. Let me see if that is affecting my sound alerts. Just give me a moment. Okay. Well, we're almost at the end, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. Well, I don't know, David. I mean, if I haven't had any other comments about that, my mic cutting in and out, you might have to do a refresh, or hopefully it's on your end and not my end. Just a minute, please. We have no float information for AERC, and I think it's just because it's so new. Though I think, though, they only issued, I believe, under 4 million shares. I think. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I want to test another headset. All right, guys, there is a ULCC, another one making a new low. I may have to take a look at this. I'm going to be shutting the room down in about 15 minutes or so. I might have to take a look at this one. Takes out 13. This might just continue down, making, when I say new low, making a lifetime low. No, did I answer everybody's questions? Let's see. Oh, Ty. Okay, I think I answered your question. Well, there's no way of knowing, Baba. I mean, there's no way of knowing. I mean, you'd have to go and search the. Let me. Well, did you go to say FinViz? I mean, FinViz might have, but let me just see. On a new issue, it's really difficult. I mean, first of all, if it's excuse me, if it's only 4 million shares, I mean that's low anyway. But let me just do something here. I'll check. I don't even know if they'll have information. Yeah, they don't have it. They don't even have. They don't have any information about. Oh, wait, they have information, but not in any detail. So it's hard. It's hard to know what the float is. But I think they issued 4 million shares. Okay, so I mean, if you know, I don't know how many are. I think that's how many came on the market. So I mean, it's going to be low. It's just you know, with something that's this new, there's really hard, it's hard to get information like that. Now, getting back to you, Eric. I mean, you can use the momentum channel. I mean that's a good channel, also. All right, guys. I'm just going to stick this in here, closing the room. Whoops. Whoa, what happened there? And again, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. You want to head over to YouTube at 3:30. Chris will be there from Trade Ideas, and you can ask him. Well, it's basically like this. You can ask him questions. Well, if the market starts behaving like this going forward, guys, and we start getting like downtrends during the day, or you know this 10-day daily breakdown, can really start giving us. You have to be prepared to short stocks, but you know they can give you some really excellent looks. I'm not saying the 10-day daily breakout on the upside can't give you good looks, but I've been more in favor of the ones breaking down, because the ones that are breaking down, I mean, then there's just zero interest. The ones that are going higher, yeah, there's interest, but eventually there's lots of profit taking. You know, but here, you know, yeah, I'm not saying that nobody steps in and says, okay, maybe it'll bounce here, but you don't get the same, in my opinion anyway, you just don't get the same enthusiasm. Yeah, well, William, I recall you're saying that your day was done at around 9 o'clock or 9:30. I knew you were going to stick around the whole day, though. I knew it. Yeah, I've learned to control my addiction. it's, otherwise, you go. I think I'd go crazy. So what I'm going to do when I shut this room down is I'll be watching that ULCC to see if it really starts to keep running down. And this one, I mean, you know, this one's had a nice run. Look at this, ESSC. The alert happened at 12:32. We got all the way up to 12:72. I'm not saying don't look at these, but now what's going to happen? Are we going to see a big sell-off? Just because, I mean, this is, I'm surprised it didn't get halted. And this is, okay, this is a SPAC. Okay, so this is a SPAC, all right. I had a price alert. What was it? No, there you go, William. I know he's gone. I told him it would take out that high. And that's for the ADGO. Well, there's no support. It's an all-time low. That's the whole idea of it. You know, when I look at this, first thing I do, I click, I check my single stock window, I check the position and lifetime range. It's an all-time low. So there's no support, chart support. I mean, they're not all like that, you know, in this, but you'll see a lot though like that. You know, I got knocked around by that one in the pre-market, ADGI. I stupidly took that because number one, I was trying to short it. Not stupid to short it, but because the spread was not good, and I kind of ignored it though. I was able to get a midpoint trade on it, so I didn't have to go right in at the ask. But I should know better. But I was just looking at this thinking, man, what if it really really just drops? That spread isn't going to be, will not be a big concern, but it didn't happen. Watched every tick. Now that had that crazy run yesterday at the end of the day. I think somebody confused this. I think I read something that this got confused with something else. And that's why it popped. I may be wrong. Okay, now that we're almost towards the end, those of you who are astute, can anybody tell me why my taskbar icons disappeared from one of my monitors? I've got 3 monitors, and they disappeared from one of my monitors. And I don't know what I did. I'm not sure how to get them back. I'm hoping that when I just reboot, they'll all come back, but I don't know. Windows 11, yeah. Shouldn't matter whether it's Windows 10 or 11, though, I don't think. But yeah, so instead of seeing them, it's just a blank space. Crazy. You know, the taskbar settings, but when I click on that blank space, of course, I'm not getting anything. Anyway, I'm hoping that when I just do a reboot, it'll all come back. Yeah, I hope so. I hope when I just reboot my system, they'll all come back. It's important to me because when I'm when I'm doing my things and when I'm trying to get things here, um, it's easier for me to go to my right monitor. Now I got to go to my left monitor. So that's all. I mean, it's just a minor pain, but there you go. Trade 21 going long. Okay, I will look at that. Maybe I accidentally clicked on something. Thank you, Spanky. I'll take a look at that. So the setup for the multiple monitors. Okay, I know where to go to see that. So I'll. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, it should be the same. I can't imagine they'd make such a big change for something like that. Okay, guys, listen, I think I'll shut down now. I'm not seeing too much action right now, so I think I will shut down right now. Remember, I will open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock as opposed to 9 o'clock. You can come on in. You can chat with each other. I will not be on the mic until 9, and I won't be able to answer very many questions because I'll be busy scanning and stuff, okay? But I will open the room at 8 o'clock tomorrow. And no shenanigans allowed until 9. Thank you. Well, I'll be able to watch, okay? I will be able to watch. So, it's just that I can't get too involved. Okay, let me get my script together. No occasion. I'm just trying to, due to popular demand, try to open a little bit earlier. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. So again, thanks a lot for all the help. I'm going to shut the room down right now. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. In fact, this is what I'll do. I'll make the change right here. Oops. Just give me a moment. Oh my goodness. All right, I finally did it. Okay, guys, so I made the change. Thursday, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.